Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The night shift at Westland Hospital always left me drained. By the time I pulled into my driveway at 1:30 a.m. on that October evening in 2024, the exhaustion had settled deep in my bones. At 34, I'd been working as an emergency room nurse for nearly a decade, but the late shifts still took their toll. My neighborhood in suburban Austin was exactly what you'd expect. Rows of similar houses with manicured lawns, where the most exciting event was usually someone's sprinkler system malfunctioning. That particular Tuesday night had been brutal. A multi-car accident on the highway had kept our trauma team working nonstop. When I finally made it home, Ren was waiting anxiously by the door. My 3-year-old retriever mix was the only thing that greeted me at home since my divorce last year. Despite my fatigue, his expectant gaze was impossible to ignore. Our nightly walks had become more than routine. They were necessary for both of us. "Give me 5 minutes, buddy," I murmured, changing out of my scrubs into a pair of jeans and a thick sweater. The October air had turned unexpectedly cold, especially for Texas. Weather reports mentioned it was the earliest cold snap in years. I filled Ren's water bowl and grabbed his leash from the hook by the door. His tail wagged with such force that his entire body swayed. Okay, I laughed softly. Just a short one tonight. The subdivision was quiet at this hour. Most families were tucked away in their beds, alarm clocks set for early morning commutes to Austin. My schedule had always been different from everyone else's, one of the many reasons my marriage had dissolved. Night shifts and odd hours meant I lived in the spaces between normal life, in the quiet moments when the world seemed to pause. As I locked the front door behind us, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I scanned the street, seeing nothing but parked cars and darkened windows. The recent rain had left everything with a slick, glossy sheen. Streetlights created islands of visibility in the darkness, their glow reflecting off puddles and wet asphalt. "It's just us, Ren," I whispered, more to comfort myself than him. The night air felt unusually still, almost heavy with anticipation. I tightened my grip on the leash and stepped off my porch into the night. Our usual route took us through Oakshire Drive, past the community playground and back around through Willow Lane. 20 minutes, just enough for Ren to take care of business and for me to clear my head before attempting sleep. The neighborhood had always felt safe. Crime rates were low, neighbors looked out for one another, and most homes had security systems that flashed their tiny red lights like electronic guardians. Tonight, however, something felt off. The recent rain had washed away the usual suburban smells, leaving behind a raw, earthy scent that seemed to heighten my senses. Every sound became amplified. The dripping of water from tree branches, the distant hum of the highway beyond our subdivision, the soft pad of Ren's paws on wet pavement. We had made it about halfway through our route when the first tingle of unease crept up my spine. There were no footsteps, no voice, nothing tangible to explain the sudden alertness that gripped me. Just a visceral, primitive sense that we weren't alone. "Come on, boy," I urged Ren, quickening our pace slightly. He seemed oblivious to my growing discomfort, happily investigating every mailbox post and shrub with his usual thoroughness. The street ahead curved gently, disappearing behind a row of cedar elms. The streetlights here were spaced farther apart, creating pockets of darkness between their spheres of illumination. As we approached one such shadowy interval, I noticed the Jenkins motion sensor light was out. Their house sat dark and still, their driveway empty, probably on that Cancun vacation they'd been planning for months. I hesitated at the edge of the darkness. Something about that particular stretch of road made me want to turn back, to retreat to the safety of my well-lit porch. But that would mean walking all the way around the block, adding another 15 minutes to our journey. Exhaustion won out over caution. "It's nothing," I muttered to myself, stepping forward. Ren followed eagerly, untroubled by the shadows that seemed to reach for us with each step. The silence struck me as unnatural. No crickets chirping, no distant car doors slamming, not even the rustle of wind through the trees. Just the sound of our movement and my increasingly shallow breathing. I found myself straining to hear something, anything, beyond our immediate vicinity. That's when I noticed a strange distortion in the air ahead, right at the edge of the next pool of light. At first, I thought it was just condensation from the recent rain, a wisp of fog, perhaps. But as we drew closer, the shape solidified into something more substantial, a vertical silhouette standing motionless at the periphery of the streetlight's glow. Time seemed to slow as my eyes struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure stood perfectly still, as if planted in the concrete. From this distance, I could discern only the barest details. Tall, lean, wearing what appeared to be a dark coat that hung past their knees. The light from the street lamp hit them at an odd angle, casting more shadow than illumination. Rational explanations flooded my mind. A neighbor having a late-night cigarette. Someone waiting for a ride. A fellow insomniac seeking relief in the night air. Yet none of these possibilities eased the growing knot of tension in my stomach. Ren, normally indifferent to strangers, suddenly tensed. His ears perked forward, his gait becoming stiffer, more alert. He didn't bark or growl, just watched with an intensity I rarely saw in him. "It's okay," I whispered, though I wasn't convinced myself. We were still about 50 yards from the figure, close enough to see but not to distinguish features. I considered crossing the street but realized that would make my discomfort obvious. Plus, there was something about turning my back on this person that felt deeply wrong. I maintained our pace, neither slowing nor speeding up, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. As we drew closer, more details emerged. The figure wore glasses, round ones that caught the light and reflected it back in twin circles of brightness. Their stance was peculiar, feet planted slightly apart as if braced for impact. At 30 yards, I realized the figure was watching us intently. There was no phone in hand, no distraction. Just a focused stillness directed entirely at our approach. My mouth went dry. The neighborhood's silence seemed to deepen, as if everything around us was holding its breath. I tightened my grip on Ren's leash, the material digging into my palm. 20 yards now. I could make out more. Dark hair, pale face, those unsettlingly reflective glasses. No gender-specific features stood out. The person's anonymity somehow made them more threatening. "Evening," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the quiet. The figure didn't respond or acknowledge my greeting in any way, just continued that unnervingly direct stare. At 15 yards, Ren's behavior changed dramatically. His tail lowered, and a low rumble began in his throat. Not quite a growl, but a warning. In 3 years, I'd never heard him make such a sound. The hair on the back of my neck rose in response. 10 yards. I could see the figure clearly now. A stranger. Definitely not someone from our neighborhood. Their facial expression remained hidden behind those reflective lenses, but their posture communicated a terrible intentness. Lips pressed into a thin line. No movement. No breath visible in the cold air. 5 yards. We were almost parallel now. I felt caught in a horrible gravity, unable to look away as we drew even with this silent observer. Then, just as we came alongside them, the figure did something that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. They began to move, backward, matching my pace exactly, maintaining the same distance, those reflective lenses never wavering from my face. The backward movement was so deliberate, so unnatural, that for a moment I couldn't process what I was seeing. Normal people don't walk backward with such precision, maintaining perfect eye contact without tripping or hesitating. Yet this person did exactly that, each step synchronized with mine as if we were partners in some macabre dance. Ren exploded into frenzied barking. The sudden noise shattered the night's silence, making me flinch. His body strained against the leash, hackles raised, teeth bared. a protective fury I'd never witnessed in my gentle companion. "Easy, Ren," I gasped, struggling to maintain control as he lunged toward the figure. The stranger didn't react to Ren's aggression. No flinch, no raised hands in defense, no quickened pace, just that steady backward movement, those reflective eyes fixed on mine. My heart hammered against my ribs. Every instinct screamed danger, yet I couldn't identify exactly what threatened me. No weapon was visible, no words had been spoken. Just this bizarre, coordinated movement that defied normal human interaction. I tried to speed up, hoping to break whatever strange connection had formed between us. The figure matched my increased pace perfectly, still moving backward, still staring. I slowed down. They slowed too, maintaining that precise distance. "What do you want?" I finally managed to ask, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound assertive. No response, just that unwavering stare and mechanical movement. Ren's barking grew more frantic. He pulled so hard that the leash cut into my hand, the pain barely registering through my adrenaline. The street suddenly felt too empty, the houses too dark, every potential ally sleeping behind locked doors. I noticed another detail that sent a wave of revulsion through me. The figure's feet seemed to glide rather than step. Their movement was too smooth, too coordinated for someone walking backward without looking. And despite the wet pavement, I heard no footsteps, no scrape of sole against concrete. The intersection of Maple and Birch was about 30 yards ahead, better lit and closer to the main road. If I could reach it, maybe I could flag down a passing car, or at least have more options for escape. Without warning, I yanked Ren's leash and bolted toward the intersection. His surprise at my sudden movement lasted only a second before he matched my pace, still barking wildly. I risked a glance backward, expecting to see the figure in pursuit. What I saw instead was worse. They had pivoted smoothly and were now walking forward, maintaining the same distance, that same measured pace. Their gait was wrong somehow, too fluid, each step identical to the last, like a poorly rendered animation. The intersection seemed miles away. My lungs burned, legs pumping furiously. Ren raced alongside me, his barks punctuating each stride. The sound of my own panicked breathing filled my ears, drowning out everything else. When we finally reached the intersection, I spun around, preparing for confrontation. The street behind us was empty. The figure had vanished as completely as if they'd never existed. I stood at the intersection, gasping for breath, scanning in all directions. Ren continued to bark, facing back the way we had come, his body rigid with alertness. The streetlights buzzed overhead, their light suddenly seeming inadequate against the darkness that pressed in from all sides. "Where did they go?" I whispered, more to myself than to Ren. It seemed impossible for someone to disappear so completely in the few seconds it had taken us to reach the intersection. There were no side streets, no alleyways, nowhere to hide except behind the neatly landscaped yards of the sleeping houses. A car approached, its headlights sweeping across us. For a terrible moment, I feared it might be the stranger, somehow having circled around. But it was just a late-night commuter, probably heading home from a shift similar to mine. They slowed slightly as they passed, perhaps wondering why a woman and her dog were standing frozen at an intersection in the middle of the night. The normalcy of the passing car grounded me somewhat. I tugged Ren's leash gently. "Come on, boy. Let's go home." We took the long way back, sticking to the main streets where the lighting was better. Every shadow made me jump. Every rustle sounded like footsteps. Ren remained on high alert, his ears swiveling at each noise. His pace hurried as if he too couldn't wait to be safely indoors. When we finally reached our house, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly that it took 3 attempts to get the door unlocked. Once inside, I slammed it shut and engaged every lock, deadbolt, chain, even the rarely used sliding bolt at the bottom. The familiar confines of my living room should have provided comfort, but instead, the windows seemed like vulnerable points, each one a potential frame for that reflective stare. I moved through the house, checking locks, closing blinds, turning on lights, then turning them off again when I realized they made me visible while obscuring what might be outside. Ren paced nervously, whining and checking the windows himself, his earlier protective fury now transformed into anxious vigilance. I filled a glass with water and drank it in gulps, trying to steady my nerves. What had I just experienced? The rational part of my brain searched for explanations. A prankster targeting random nightwalkers, someone with mental health issues, a performance artist pushing boundaries of social interaction. None of these explanations address the wrongness of the movement, the perfect coordination, the complete silence. And none explained Ren's reaction, my steady, friendly dog who had never shown aggression toward anyone. I sat on the edge of the couch, phone in hand, debating who to call. The police? What would I tell them? That someone walked backward and scared me? No laws had been broken, no threats made. Just that terrible silent watching and unnatural movement. My supervisor at the hospital? She'd probably attribute it to fatigue after a difficult shift. My ex-husband? He'd use it as further evidence that I was too high-strung, the same criticism he'd leveled during our marriage. In the end, I called no one. What could anyone do now, anyway? The encounter was over. I was safe inside my home. By morning, it would probably seem like an exaggeration born of exhaustion and darkness. But as I finally crawled into bed, Ren curled protectively at my feet. I couldn't shake the image of those reflective glasses, twin circles of light hiding whatever eyes lay behind them. Eyes that had watched me with such focused intensity that it felt like a physical touch. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house settling, every distant car passing, every whisper of wind against the windows kept me rigid with alertness. Dawn, when it finally came, brought little relief. The next day passed in a haze of exhaustion and unease. I called in sick to work, something I rarely did, but the thought of returning home in the dark after another night shift was unbearable. Instead, I spent the day securing my house, checking window locks, installing a new chain on the back door, ordering a security camera system that promised next-day delivery. Ren stayed unusually close, following me from room to room, his usual playfulness subdued. Whenever the mail carrier approached or a delivery truck rumbled by, he rushed to the window, hackles raised, until he confirmed it wasn't a threat. By afternoon, lack of sleep and constant vigilance had left me jittery and irrational. Every passing pedestrian visible through my blinds became a potential danger. I found myself studying their gaits, their postures, searching for similarities to the figure from the night before. I tried researching online, typing vague queries like stranger walking backward, reflective glasses stalker, and unusual stalking behaviors. The results were unhelpful. Urban legends, horror movie plots, psychological studies on unusual human movement. Nothing that matched my experience. As evening approached, I faced a dilemma. Ren needed his walk. He'd been inside all day, but the thought of venturing out made my stomach knot with anxiety. The sun was still up, I reasoned. Daylight made everything safer, more normal. We would stay on the main road, avoid the side streets, and keep it brief. Just a quick one, I promised Ren as I reluctantly clipped on his leash. His enthusiasm was muted, his usual pre-walk excitement tempered by his own lingering wariness. Outside, the neighborhood looked different in daylight. Ordinary, benign. Neighbors mowed lawns, children played in driveways. Cars came and went in the rhythm of suburban life. The previous night's terror seemed distant, almost imagined. We stuck to our plan, walking only on the busiest street, nodding to neighbors, keeping a brisk pace. No sign of anyone unusual. No reflective glasses or strange movements. By the time we returned home, my shoulders had begun to unknot, my breathing to ease. "See, nothing to worry about," I told Ren, who seemed equally relieved to be back inside. Maybe it had been a one-time encounter, some strange anomaly never to be repeated. That fragile comfort shattered when night fell. Darkness transformed my windows into black mirrors, reflecting the interior lights while hiding whatever might be outside. I found myself constantly checking them, expecting to see that figure standing in my yard, watching, waiting. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and dream-plagued. In my nightmares, I walked endless suburban streets, always aware of someone behind me, matching my pace exactly. When I turned to confront them, they were gone, only to appear ahead of me, those reflective lenses catching non-existent light. I woke gasping at 3:17 a.m., convinced I'd heard something outside my bedroom window. Ren was already alert, staring at the blinds, a low growl building in his throat. I froze, listening intently. Nothing. Just the normal sounds of the night. Distant traffic, the hum of the refrigerator, the central air cycling on. Still, I couldn't shake the certainty that someone was out there. I reached for my phone, finger hovering over the emergency call button. What would I say? That I had a feeling? That my dog was growling at the window? After 10 minutes of paralyzing indecision, I forced myself to get up and look. Pulling back the blind a fraction of an inch, I peered into my backyard. The security light illuminated the empty patio, the still swing set left by the previous owners, the fence line beyond. Nothing moved. No figure stood watching. I sagged with relief, chiding myself for overreacting. Yet even as I returned to bed, I couldn't recapture any sense of security. Ren remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the window, his body tense. Neither of us slept again that night. 3 days passed. I returned to work, functioning on minimal sleep and maximum caffeine. My colleagues noticed my distraction, the dark circles under my eyes, but attributed it to the usual stresses of the job. I didn't correct them. How could I explain what was happening without sounding unhinged? The security cameras arrived and I installed them myself. One covering the front yard, one for the back, another monitoring the side of the house where my bedroom window faced. Their presence provided some comfort, a technological shield against the unexplainable. Ren's walks became daytime-only affairs, quick utilitarian outings that kept us within sight of the house. At night, I let him use the backyard, standing guard at the door while he did his business, rushing him back inside at the slightest unusual sound. By the 4th night, exhaustion had begun to override fear. I needed real sleep, unbroken by paranoia and nightmares. After my shift ended, I drove home with the radio blaring to keep myself alert, pulled into my driveway, and sat for a moment gathering the energy to move. The dashboard clock read 1:42 a.m. The neighborhood was still, houses dark except for the occasional porch light. Normal. Safe. I was being ridiculous, letting one strange encounter upend my entire life. I let myself into the house, greeted Ren with our usual quiet affection, and decided that tonight would be different. We would take our normal walk, reclaim our routine, stop letting fear dictate our lives. "What do you think, buddy? Ready for a real walk?" I asked. Ren's tail wagged tentatively, as if he wasn't sure whether to be excited or concerned. We set out under clear skies, no recent rain to create those reflective puddles from nights before. I'd brought a flashlight this time, its beam stronger than my phone's light. We took our usual route, my confidence growing with each uneventful block. The neighborhood seemed peaceful, the only sounds our footsteps and Ren's occasional sniffing investigations. We had completed almost the entire circuit, were just 2 blocks from home, when Ren stopped suddenly, his body going rigid. I followed his gaze down the street ahead of us. At first I saw nothing. Then movement caught my eye, a figure emerging from between 2 houses, stepping onto the sidewalk about 100 yards ahead. Even at this distance, recognition hit me with physical force. The height, the posture, the dark coat. And most tellingly, those glasses catching the streetlight in twin circles of reflection. Ren's growl vibrated through the leash into my hand. Fight or flight surged through my system, my body flooding with adrenaline. This time, I chose fight. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking the night silence. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure didn't respond or acknowledge my shout. Instead, it began walking toward us with that same measured pace I remembered, each step identical to the last, creating an impression of gliding rather than walking. I raised my flashlight, aiming the beam directly at them. The light hit those reflective lenses and bounced back at me, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, the figure had stopped, standing perfectly still about 50 yards away. "I've called the police," I lied, voice shaking despite my attempt at bravado. "They're on their way right now." Still no response. Just that terrible stillness, that focused attention. Then, slowly, deliberately, the figure raised one hand, not in greeting or threat, but to adjust those reflective glasses, pushing them higher on the bridge of their nose. The gesture was so ordinary, so human, that it somehow made everything worse. This wasn't some supernatural entity or hallucination. This was a person, deliberately terrorizing me. Ren's growl deepened, his body trembling with restraint. I had a sudden, terrible certainty that if I released his leash, he would attack, and that the figure wanted exactly that. "Stay back," I warned, my free hand fumbling for my phone. This time, I really would call the police. This was harassment, stalking, something tangible I could report. Before I could unlock my screen, the figure did something new. They tilted their head, a subtle movement that conveyed curiosity or consideration. Then, with deliberate slowness, they began to smile. A wide, empty expression that never reached whatever eyes lay behind those reflective lenses. That smile broke something in me. I turned and ran, dragging Ren with me, no longer caring about appearing afraid or vulnerable. All that mattered was distance, escape, the safety of walls and locks and lights. We fled down unfamiliar side streets, taking random turns, my only goal to get away from that terrible smile and those watching eyes. When we finally stumbled onto our street, approaching our house from the opposite direction than usual, I was gasping for breath, legs burning, terror a metallic taste in my mouth. I burst through the front door, slamming it behind us, engaging every lock with frantic haste. Ren paced and whined, still agitated. I collapsed against the door, sliding down until I sat on the floor, phone clutched in my shaking hand. This time I did call the police. When the operator answered, I struggled to explain. A stalker, someone following me on my walks, the strange behavior, the evident targeting. The dispatcher was professional, but skeptical. Without a direct threat or trespass, there wasn't much they could do. They promised to send a patrol car through the neighborhood, took my information, and advised me to stay inside. Not exactly the response I'd hoped for. But what had I expected? They couldn't arrest someone for walking strangely or wearing reflective glasses. I spent the rest of the night checking my security camera feeds, watching for any sign of the figure approaching my property. Nothing appeared. No strange silhouette. No reflective glasses. Just the empty street and still yards of my sleeping neighborhood. A week passed, then 2. No further sightings occurred despite my constant vigilance. The patrol car the police had promised drove by a few times, but found nothing suspicious to report. Life began to resume its normal rhythm, though I remained cautious. No more night walks, no more shortcuts through poorly lit areas. I installed additional security lights around my house, bought a Ring camera for my front door, considered, then rejected, the idea of getting a gun. My hospital had seen too many accidental shootings for me to feel comfortable with a firearm. Gradually, reluctantly, I began to wonder if I had overreacted. Perhaps the figure had been just a socially awkward person with an unusual gait. Perhaps their silent watching had been social anxiety rather than malice. Perhaps their backward walking had been some personal eccentricity rather than a deliberate attempt to frighten me. Yet Ren's reaction troubled these rationalizations. My gentle dog had recognized something threatening before I had responded with unprecedented aggression. Animals sensed things humans missed. Wasn't that common knowledge? 3 weeks after the second sighting, I was working a particularly difficult shift. A multi-vehicle accident on the interstate had brought in several critical patients simultaneously, stretching our ER team to its limits. By the time things calmed down, I was 2 hours past my scheduled departure, dead on my feet with exhaustion. The hospital parking garage was nearly empty when I finally reached it, just a scattered few cars belonging to night shift workers. My footsteps echoed between concrete pillars as I made my way to my assigned space on the 3rd level. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, some flickering with age, creating strobing patches of shadow and light. I kept my keys clutched in my hand, a habit ingrained in all hospital workers who left at odd hours. I was almost to my car when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, perfectly matching my pace. I stopped. The steps stopped too, the echo dying away into silence. I turned slowly, expecting to see another hospital employee heading to their vehicle. Instead, I saw that familiar silhouette standing motionless about 20 yards away, those glasses reflecting the fluorescent glare. My throat closed. Here, away from home, away from Ren, away from any neighbors who might respond to a scream. This was where they had chosen to confront me. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice bouncing off the concrete walls. "Why are you following me?" For the first time, they spoke. A voice neither distinctly male nor female, calm and oddly familiar. "Don't you recognize me?" The question froze me in place. I squinted, trying to see past those reflective lenses, to make out features in the shadowed face. "We should," they continued, taking a step forward. "We work together, after all." Confusion replaced some of my fear. A co-worker? I tried to match the voice to someone at the hospital, someone on my shift, but the garage acoustics distorted the sound. They took another step forward, then reached up and removed the glasses. Without the reflection obscuring their face, I finally saw them clearly. Recognition hit me like a physical blow. It was Wyatt from radiology. Quiet, reserved Wyatt, who I passed in hallways several times a week but rarely spoke to. Wyatt, who had asked me out 6 months ago, who I had gently declined, who had seemed to accept the rejection with good grace. "Wyatt?" I whispered, disbelief coloring my voice. "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" He smiled, that same empty expression I had seen on the street. "You never really saw me before. At work, I'm just background to you. But now you notice me, don't you? Now you think about me even when I'm not there." A cold understanding dawned. The stalking, the strange behavior, the deliberate terror. It had all been to force me to pay attention to him, to make himself unforgettable in my mind. "You've been watching my house," I said, the pieces falling into place. "Following me on my walks." He nodded, seeming pleased that I understood. "I learned your routines. When you walk that dog, which windows you leave unlocked, how you always check under your car but never behind it." My skin crawled at the invasion, the violation of privacy, the deliberate cultivation of fear. "Why the backward walking? The silence?" "It worked, didn't it?" he asked, tilting his head in that now familiar gesture. "Got your attention? Made you remember me? Made you think about me all the time?" I took a step backward, bumping into my car. My hand tightened around my keys, the longest one protruding between my fingers in the self-defense position taught in hospital safety seminars. "This stops now," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "I'm reporting you, to the police, to hospital security, to administration." His smile faltered for the first time. "They won't believe you. It'll be your word against mine. A few walks through your neighborhood, that's not illegal. I never threatened you. Never even spoke to you until now." "I have camera footage," I lied. My security cameras hadn't captured him, but he didn't know that. Uncertainty flickered across his face. "You're lying." "Want to risk your job to find out?" I countered, finding strength in his hesitation. "Want to risk your license, your freedom?" We stood in stalemate, the fluorescent lights humming above us, the empty garage stretching around us. Then something changed in his expression, the intensity fading, replaced by calculation. "It doesn't matter," he said finally. "I accomplished what I wanted. You'll never forget me now. Every time you walk that dog, every time you hear footsteps behind you, every time you see someone wearing glasses like these," he held them up, "you'll think of me. I'll always be there in your mind." The truth of his words settled like ice in my stomach. He had altered my sense of safety, inserted himself permanently into my consciousness. Even if he never approached me again, the damage was done. He must have seen the realization on my face because his smile returned, satisfied now. "See? I matter to you now." Without another word, he placed the glasses back on his face, turned, and walked away. Normally this time, no backward movement, no synchronized pace. Just a man walking to the stairwell, disappearing through the door as if our encounter had been nothing more than a casual workplace conversation. I stood frozen until the door closed behind him. Then I fumbled with my phone, called hospital security, and reported everything. They arrived quickly, took my statement, reviewed the garage security footage which had indeed captured our interaction, though not his admission. In the following days, official complaints were filed, restraining orders processed, HR meetings held. Wyatt was suspended pending investigation, then terminated when garage footage confirmed his presence near my car on multiple previous occasions. The police took statements but warned me that without direct threats, prosecution would be difficult. The restraining order was the best protection the legal system could offer against this particular brand of psychological terrorism. I moved out of my house the following month, finding an apartment in a secured building with 24-hour doormen, changed hospitals, changed my routine, took self-defense classes, bought a stronger flashlight that doubled as a striking tool. But Wyatt had been right about one thing. I never forgot. Even now, years later, in a different city with a different job, I still check the reflection of glasses when I pass strangers on the street. I still listen for footsteps that match my pace too perfectly. I still wake sometimes, certain I've heard movement outside my window. The greatest horror isn't in supernatural threats or monstrous creatures. It's in the ordinary human who decides, for reasons you may never fully understand, to make you the focus of their disturbed attention. It's in the realization that the barrier between normal life and consuming fear is thinner than you ever imagined. And it's in knowing that while restraining orders and security systems can keep a person physically distant, nothing can remove them from the corridors of your mind once they've taken up residence there. Ren still barks sometimes at seemingly nothing, his eyes fixed on empty spaces. In those moments, I wonder if he senses something I cannot, or if he too carries the memory of that figure with the reflective glasses, walking backward in perfect synchronization, watching us with that terrible, focused intent. I wonder if he, like me, is still walking that night road in his dreams, forever approaching a silhouette that never comes fully into view, forever feeling those hidden eyes tracking our every move. Sometimes I think the greatest power we give to those who terrorize us is not our fear in the moment, but the permanent space we create for them in our minds afterward. The psychic real estate we can never quite reclaim. That, perhaps, is the true victory Wyatt claimed that night in the parking garage. Not just that he made me afraid, but that he made himself unforgettable. And in the darkest hours of the night, when sleep abandons me and every sound becomes a potential warning, I still find myself wondering if he's out there somewhere, watching, waiting. His glasses catching the light in twin circles of reflection, his smile empty of everything except satisfaction at a terror perfectly crafted and delivered. It was late September 2023, a month after my 34th birthday, when I made that fateful decision to venture into the wilderness alone. My job at the accounting firm had become increasingly demanding, with 60-hour work weeks becoming the norm rather than the exception. The fluorescent lights of my office seemed to drain my energy, leaving me exhausted yet paradoxically restless. The monotony of spreadsheets and client meetings had created a pressure that built steadily behind my eyes. I needed an escape, something to break the cycle of wake, work, sleep. Nature had always provided that escape when I was younger, though I'd fallen out of the habit in recent years. "You need to get outside more," my doctor had advised during my annual physical 3 weeks prior. "Your blood pressure is higher than I'd like to see in someone your age." That Saturday morning, I woke before my alarm, the pale autumn sunlight filtering through my blinds. My apartment felt unusually confining, the walls too close, the air too still. I made a spontaneous decision while brewing my coffee. I would go hiking. Not just around the local park, but somewhere new. Somewhere I could truly disconnect. I remembered a conversation with a coworker who had mentioned Black Pine Loop, a trail about an hour's drive from the city. "It's not very popular," he'd said, "but that's what makes it perfect if you want some real solitude." Solitude was exactly what I craved. I packed hastily, throwing a water bottle, a granola bar, and a light jacket into my backpack. I searched online briefly for a trail map, but found only vague directions to the trailhead. That should have been my first warning, but in my eagerness to escape, I dismissed it. The drive was surprisingly pleasant. The highway gradually gave way to country roads, and then to a narrow, winding lane that cut through dense forest. The trees, mostly pine and oak, created a canopy overhead, dappling the road with shifting patterns of light and shadow. My phone lost reception about 15 minutes before I reached the small gravel parking area marked by a weathered wooden sign, Black Pine Loop Trail. I remember feeling a profound sense of relief as I stepped out of my car. The air was different here, crisp, laden with the scent of pine and wet earth. I locked my car, adjusted my backpack, and approached the trailhead. The path ahead disappeared into the trees, narrow but clear enough to follow. I paused to take a photo of the trail sign with my phone, thinking I might post it online later. Looking back, I wish I had shared my location with someone, anyone, before losing reception. But hindsight offers little comfort now. The beginning of the hike remains clear in my memory. The trail was slightly overgrown but navigable, winding through stands of tall pines and occasional clearings. Birds called in the canopy above. A squirrel darted across my path. Everything seemed so ordinary, so peaceful. I remember checking my watch about 45 minutes into the hike. It was just past 10:30 a.m. I had been maintaining a steady pace, and according to the trail information I'd found online, the entire loop should take about 3 to 4 hours to complete. That's the last clear memory I have until I found myself driving home, hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly, the setting sun casting long shadows across the road. Somehow nearly 6 hours had vanished from my mind. The transition from memory to blackout wasn't gradual. There was no fuzzy edge, no sense of things slowly fading away. One moment I was walking along the trail, noting a peculiar formation of rocks to my right that resembled a crouching figure. And then, nothing. The last sensory impression I recall with clarity was the sudden stillness. I had been listening to the forest sounds, the rustling leaves, distant birdsong, the soft crunch of my boots on the path, when everything seemed to stop. Not in a dramatic, supernatural way, but in that subtle manner that makes the back of your neck tighten. The way silence falls in the woods sometimes when a predator passes nearby. I remember pausing, looking around, feeling a growing awareness that something wasn't right. The air felt heavier, somehow resistant against my skin. The colors of the forest seemed slightly off, as though viewed through a faintly tinted lens. I had taken a few more steps, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone to check the time. Then, blank space. A void where memories should be. My next conscious moment was behind the wheel of my car, driving down the highway toward home. The dashboard clock read 6:17 p.m. My hands were dirty, fingernails rimmed with soil. My hiking boots were caked with a dark, reddish mud I didn't remember stepping in. Several small scratches marked the backs of my hands, and my right knee ached dully. The shock hit me gradually. I pulled over at a gas station, hands trembling as I tried to piece together what had happened. Had I fallen? Hit my head? But there was no pain, no bump or bruise to suggest a head injury. Had I simply lost track of time, zoned out while walking? But nearly 6 hours. That seemed impossible. I searched my pockets, looking for any clue. My phone was there, battery nearly dead. I checked my recent photos, hoping I'd taken pictures during the hike that might jog my memory. There was only the single photo of the trailhead sign, nothing more. My call history showed no outgoing or incoming calls, no texts sent or received. The only other evidence was a strange collection of small objects in my jacket pocket that I had no memory of collecting. 7 smooth black pebbles, unusually uniform in size and shape, and a small twig with 3 perfectly symmetrical forks. Why would I have gathered these things? I had no answer. As I continued driving home, an unsettling thought surfaced. What if I had encountered someone else on that trail? What if something had happened? Something my mind was protecting me from. The highway lights blurred as anxiety tightened my chest. I found myself checking the rearview mirror repeatedly, though I couldn't have explained what I was looking for. By the time I reached my apartment, darkness had fallen completely. I locked the door behind me, then checked it twice. I emptied my pockets, laying out the mysterious pebbles and twig on my kitchen counter, staring at them as if they might speak, might offer some explanation. They remained silent, inert, yet somehow accusatory. That night, sleep proved elusive. I lay awake, replaying the fragments of memory I still possessed, trying to bridge the gap. Outside my window, the wind moved through the city streets, carrying sounds that seemed amplified in the darkness. A car door slamming, voices in conversation, the distant wail of sirens. Ordinary sounds that now carried undertones of warning. When exhaustion finally pulled me under around 3 a.m., my dreams were filled with trees. Endless rows of them, their trunks too straight, too uniform, like soldiers standing at attention. And throughout the dream, a persistent sensation of being followed, of eyes watching from just beyond my peripheral vision. Sunday morning arrived with harsh clarity, sunlight streaming through my bedroom window where I'd forgotten to close the blinds the night before. For a brief, merciful moment, the events of the previous day seemed distant, almost imaginary. Then reality reasserted itself as I noticed the mud-caked hiking boots by my door. The physical evidence was undeniable. Besides the dirty boots, my jeans from yesterday had grass stains on the knees. The scratches on my hands were shallow but numerous, like I'd pushed through dense underbrush. And there was a larger scrape on my forearm I hadn't noticed the night before, about 3 inches long, crusted with dried blood. I examined myself in the bathroom mirror, turning to check for any injuries I might have missed. My reflection looked back at me, pale and exhausted, but otherwise normal. No head injuries, no bruising that might explain the memory loss. Just the haunted look in my eyes, a look of someone who no longer trusted their own mind. The strange collection of pebbles still sat on my kitchen counter. In the morning light, they appeared less ominous, just ordinary stones, though their uniformity remained peculiar. The twig, however, seemed even more unnatural than I'd first thought. Its 3 forks were not just symmetrical, but identical in length and angle, something I'd rarely seen in nature. I forced myself to eat breakfast, though the food tasted like nothing. My thoughts kept circling back to the missing hours, generating scenarios that grew increasingly disturbing. Had I wandered off the trail, encountered wildlife, met other hikers with harmful intentions? Around noon, I decided to check my camera roll again, scrolling through photos from the past few weeks. There was nothing unusual until I reached yesterday's date. After the trailhead photo, there were 5 more images I had no memory of taking. The first showed a section of the trail where it narrowed between 2 large boulders. The second captured a clearing with unusually tall grass. The third was blurry, showing what might have been a deer or other animal in the distance. The fourth showed my own shadow stretched across the ground, elongated strangely. The fifth and final photo made my stomach clench. It showed nothing but dense trees, but they were exactly like those described in the online forum post I'd read. Unnaturally thin, their trunks twisted in spirals, their bark patchy and diseased-looking. The image was slightly tilted, as if taken hastily. I stared at this last photo for a long time, trying to reconcile it with my fragmented memories. I had no recollection of seeing these trees, much less photographing them. Yet here was evidence that I had. That afternoon, I called in sick for Monday, knowing I wouldn't be able to focus on work. My head felt heavy, stuffed with cotton, my thoughts sluggish yet racing simultaneously. I found myself staring at my hiking boots for long periods, as if they might suddenly speak and tell me where they had walked. The scratches on my hands began to itch intensely around sunset. When I examined them again, they seemed to form a pattern. Not random scratches from branches, but almost like marks deliberately placed. The thought sent a surge of adrenaline through me. Was I imagining things now? Seeing patterns where none existed? That night, I dreamed of walking through the forest again, but in the dream, the trees were watching me, their bark splitting open to reveal eyes that tracked my movement. I woke at 2:17 a.m., drenched in sweat, certain I had heard something moving in my apartment. I lay frozen, listening intently, but the only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and my own ragged breathing. I turned on every light and searched each room, looking behind furniture, in closets, under the bed. There was nothing, of course. Nothing but the growing certainty that something had followed me home from that forest. Monday morning found me sitting in my doctor's waiting room, leg bouncing nervously as I checked my watch repeatedly. I had called as soon as the office opened, describing my symptoms as sudden memory loss and disorientation. The receptionist had hesitated before scheduling me for the earliest available appointment. Dr. Westfield had been my physician for nearly a decade. His office was a familiar space of muted colors and outdated magazines, usually a source of reassurance. Today, it felt confining, almost threatening. "So, tell me what's going on," he said after the nurse had taken my vitals and left us alone in the examination room. I explained about the hike, the missing hours, waking up driving home with no memory of how I got there. I showed him the scratches on my hands and the larger scrape on my forearm. I mentioned the headache that had been building since yesterday, the difficulty concentrating, the strange dreams. He listened attentively, his expression neutral. When I finished, he began a series of tests, checking my pupils, testing my reflexes, asking me to follow his finger with my eyes, to touch my nose, then his finger, then my nose again. "Any history of seizures?" he asked. "Fainting spells? Episodes like this before?" I shook my head to each question. "Any drug use? Alcohol before or during the hike?" "No, nothing like that." He frowned slightly. "And you're certain about the timeline? You checked in at the trailhead around 9:30 a.m. and your next clear memory is driving home around 6:01 p.m. "Yes," I confirmed. "Almost 6 hours, just gone." He made notes in my chart, his pen scratching across the paper. "Physically, you seem fine. No signs of concussion or neurological issues that I can detect. Your blood pressure is elevated, but given the circumstances, that's not surprising." "So what happened to me?" I asked, hearing the edge of desperation in my voice. Dr. Westfield leaned back in his chair. "There are several possibilities. Transient global amnesia is one. It's a temporary disruption of memory formation, usually lasting several hours. It's rare, especially in someone your age, but not unheard of. Stress can be a trigger." "But I wasn't particularly stressed during the hike," I protested. "The opposite, actually. I went to relax." "The brain is complex," he said simply. "Another possibility is what we call a dissociative episode, a psychological response where a person disconnects from their thoughts, surroundings, even their identity. Often it's triggered by trauma or extreme stress. but sometimes it can happen with no obvious cause. I thought about this. So I was, walking around in some kind of trance for 6 hours? Possibly functioning quite normally, he corrected. People in dissociative states can drive cars, have conversations, perform routine tasks. They just don't form memories of it. The thought was profoundly disturbing, that I might have been moving through the world, interacting with it, while some essential part of me was absent. I'd like to run some basic blood work, Dr. Westfield continued, to rule out any physical causes. And I'm going to refer you to a neurologist for further testing, including an MRI. I nodded, grateful for concrete action, though doubt gnawed at me. Would an MRI show 6 missing hours? Would blood work reveal what happened in that forest? As I was preparing to leave, Dr. Westfield paused, his hand on the door. One more thing. I'd advise against returning to that trail, at least until we have more information. Whatever triggered this episode might still be present there. His warning was unnecessary. The thought of returning to Black Pine Loop filled me with visceral dread. Yet even as I assured him I would stay away, a part of me knew that the forest held the only real answers to my questions. That evening, I received a call from the neurologist's office. The earliest appointment was 3 weeks away. 3 weeks of not knowing, of questioning my own mind. The prospect was intolerable. I turned instead to the internet, searching more thoroughly for information about Black Pine Loop. Most results were as I remembered: brief mentions on hiking forums, a few outdated trail maps. But then I found something new. A local news article from 2019 about a search and rescue operation in the area. A hiker had gone missing for 2 days before being found wandering along a road several miles from where he'd parked. The article was frustratingly vague about the circumstances, mentioning only that the man was disoriented and dehydrated when found. There was no follow-up article, no indication of what had happened to him during those missing days. I searched for more information about this incident, but found nothing. It was as if the story had appeared briefly and then been deliberately forgotten. Just like my missing hours. By Wednesday, the scratches on my hands had mostly healed, but the larger scrape on my forearm had developed an unusual redness around its edges. It didn't appear infected. There was no warmth, no swelling, but the skin surrounding it had taken on a slightly mottled appearance, like a subtle bruise that wouldn't fade. Sleep had become increasingly difficult. I would lie awake until exhaustion finally overcame anxiety, only to wake frequently throughout the night. My dreams, when they came, were fragmented but always set in the same forest. In these dreams, I was searching for something among the trees, though I never knew what. The sense of urgency was overwhelming, matched only by the dread of actually finding whatever it was I sought. That morning, as I showered, a flash of memory struck me with such sudden clarity that I gasped aloud. I was back on the trail, but it wasn't the section I remembered from the beginning of my hike. In this memory, the path narrowed significantly, barely visible among thick underbrush. The air felt dense, almost gelatinous, difficult to breathe. And there was a sound, a low, constant hum that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The memory lasted only seconds before dissolving, leaving me standing in the shower, water running cold, my heart racing. Was it real? An actual fragment of my missing time? Or was my mind manufacturing false memories to fill the void? I called in sick to work again, unable to face the prospect of normal conversation, of pretending everything was fine. Instead, I spent the day researching memory loss, dissociative episodes, even the geological and environmental history of the area where Black Pine Loop was located. I learned that the region had been heavily logged in the early 1900s, then partially replanted in the 1950s. There were no significant environmental hazards noted, no abandoned mines that might leak gas, no toxic waste sites. The area was unremarkable geologically, with no unusual formations or cave systems that might explain my experience. By afternoon, my search had taken a darker turn. I found myself reading about cognitive effects of various toxins, parasites that could affect human behavior, even obscure psychological conditions that might explain my symptoms. None seemed to fit exactly. As evening approached, I received an unexpected call from an unknown number. When I answered, there was a long pause before a man's voice spoke. "Is this the person who posted about Black Pine Loop?" I hadn't posted anything online about my experience. "No," I replied cautiously, "but I did hike there recently." Another pause. "Did you see anything unusual?" My grip tightened on the phone. "Who is this?" "That doesn't matter," the voice said. "What matters is that you stay away from there. Don't go back." "Why?" I demanded. "What's out there?" "Nothing good," he replied. "Nothing you want to remember." Before I could ask anything else, the call ended. I tried calling back immediately, but the number was already disconnected. The call left me shaken, pacing my apartment, checking the locks repeatedly. Who was this person? How had they found me? And what did they know about Black Pine Loop that I didn't? That night I dreamed of the twisted trees again. In the dream, I was standing among them, my hand reaching out to touch one of the spiraled trunks. As my fingers made contact with the bark, it yielded like flesh, warm and pulsing. I jerked awake, the sensation so vivid I could still feel the texture against my fingertips. I stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. In the mirror, my reflection looked haggard, eyes sunken with exhaustion. As I lowered my hands from my face, something caught my attention. A small, dark mark on my right wrist that I hadn't noticed before. Under the harsh bathroom light, I examined it closely. It wasn't a bruise or scratch, but what appeared to be a small pattern pressed into my skin, like an ink stamp nearly faded away. The design was geometric, a circle containing what might have been a stylized tree or branch. I scrubbed at it with soap and water, but the mark remained. It wasn't ink. It seemed to be under the skin, like a tattoo beginning to heal. A tattoo I had no memory of getting. The room seemed to tilt around me as implications cascaded through my mind. If someone had marked my skin, what else might have been done to me during those missing hours? What else might I be carrying inside me, unknown, unseen? A week passed. The mark on my wrist neither faded nor became more pronounced. The neurologist's appointment remained weeks away. My work suffered as concentration became increasingly difficult. Colleagues noticed my distraction, my jumpiness, the dark circles under my eyes. I deflected their concerns with vague references to insomnia, to stress. The mysterious phone call was not repeated, but its warning echoed constantly in my thoughts. Stay away from there. Don't go back. I tried to follow this advice. I truly did. But as days passed with no answers, only more questions, the certainty grew that Black Pine Loop held the key to understanding what had happened to me. The decision to return was not made in a single moment, but accumulated gradually, like sediment building into stone. By Friday evening, it was no longer a question of if, but when. I prepared more carefully this time. I charged my phone fully and brought a portable battery. I packed extra water, food, a first aid kit, a flashlight. I told a colleague I was going hiking and would check in with him by 5 p.m., a safety measure I should have taken the first time. Most importantly, I brought a small digital voice recorder. If my memory failed again, perhaps technology would succeed where my mind could not. Saturday morning dawned clear and cool. The drive to the trailhead seemed shorter this time, more direct, as if the road itself was eager for my return. The gravel parking area was empty when I arrived, just as it had been before. The same weathered sign marked the trail entrance, Black Pine Loop Trail. Standing at the trailhead, I activated the voice recorder. "It's 9:17 a.m., I spoke clearly. "I'm about to begin hiking Black Pine Loop for the second time. My purpose is to discover what happened during my previous visit." I paused, then added, "If you're listening to this and I'm not around, something went wrong." The first section of trail was exactly as I remembered, winding through tall pines, occasionally opening into small clearings. I narrated my progress into the recorder, describing landmarks, noting the time frequently. 9:45 a.m., approximately 1 mile in, nothing unusual so far. 10:12 a.m., past a distinctive fallen tree crossing the path, still following the main trail. As I hiked deeper into the forest, tension built within me. Each step brought me closer to the point where my memories had previously ended. Would it happen again? Would I suddenly wake up hours later with no recollection of what had transpired? Then I saw it. The peculiar rock formation I had noted just before my memories cut off last time. It resembled a crouching figure, though it was clearly just an unusual arrangement of natural stones. I stopped, heart pounding. 10:38 a.m., I spoke into the recorder. I've reached the last point I clearly remember from my previous hike. Beyond this is unknown territory. I stood for several minutes, observing, listening. The forest seemed ordinary enough. Birds called overhead. A slight breeze moved through the canopy. Nothing suggested danger or abnormality. Taking a deep breath, I continued forward. The trail narrowed as it descended into a slight depression. The air felt cooler here, shadows deeper as the trees grew closer together. I kept the recorder running, describing everything I saw. After another 15 minutes of hiking, the trail split. The main path continued straight, while a narrower, less distinct trail branched to the right. I hesitated, trying to intuit which way I might have gone during my first visit. The narrower path drew my attention. It seemed familiar somehow, though I couldn't place why. I decided to follow it, carefully marking the junction with an arrangement of sticks so I could find my way back. This secondary trail quickly became more overgrown, requiring me to push through undergrowth occasionally. The scratches on my hands from my previous visit suddenly made more sense. 11:07 a.m., I recorded, following a side trail that branches from the main loop. Vegetation is denser here. No clear footprints or signs of recent passage. The forest changed subtly as I continued. The predominant pines gave way to other species I couldn't identify. The trees grew closer together, their trunks thinner, their arrangement somehow more regular than would occur naturally. A faint humming sound became noticeable. Not mechanical, but like the collective buzzing of distant insects. The air felt heavier, more resistant, just as I had fleetingly remembered in the shower days earlier. 11:23 a.m. There's a sound here, a vibration almost. The air quality is different. The trees are unusual. I stopped abruptly as the trail opened into a small clearing. At its center stood a circle of those twisted trees I had seen in the 5th photograph on my phone. Unnaturally thin, their trunks spiraling upward, bark patchy and diseased looking. There were 13 of them, arranged in a perfect circle about 20 feet in diameter. The humming was louder here, emanating seemingly from the ground itself. The air within the circle appeared slightly distorted, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. 11:26 a.m. My voice shook slightly as I recorded. I've found the trees from the photo. They're arranged in a circle. Something about them seems wrong, unnatural. I approached cautiously, staying outside the circle. The trees were even stranger up close. Their bark was not like normal tree bark. It was smoother, with an almost manufactured quality, the pattern too regular. The spiraling of the trunks was identical for each tree, as if they had been deliberately twisted by some immense force. At the base of one tree, I noticed a small pile of stones, black, smooth, uniform in size. Identical to the ones I had found in my pocket after the first hike. These are the same stones, I recorded. Someone placed them here deliberately. As I circled the formation, staying well back from the trees themselves, I noticed marks in the soil, indentations that might have been footprints, though they seemed too regular, too precise. Following them, I discovered a flat stone about the size of a dinner plate, partially hidden beneath fallen leaves. Kneeling, I brushed the leaves away to reveal a symbol carved into the stone's surface, a circle containing a stylized tree or branch, the same symbol that had mysteriously appeared on my wrist. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The humming intensified, becoming less a sound and more a physical sensation that vibrated through my bones. The air within the circle of trees seemed to thicken, to pulse. "There's a symbol," I managed to record, my voice now barely more than a whisper. "It matches the mark on my wrist. I think I've been here before." Memory surged back with crushing force, not in fragments or glimpses, but in a torrent that drove me to my knees. I remembered everything. I remembered walking this same path a week ago, feeling drawn to the twisted trees just as I had been today. I remembered the building hum, the thickening air, the strange quality of light within the circle. I remembered stepping into that circle, curiosity overcoming caution. The sensation had been immediate and overwhelming, like stepping into an electrical field, every hair on my body standing on end, skin tingling painfully. The memories continued to flood back as I knelt outside the circle of trees, hands pressed against my temples as if to contain the pressure building inside my skull. I remembered seeing the stone with its carved symbol, kneeling to examine it just as I had done moments ago. But last time, I had touched it, traced the symbol with my fingertip. The stone had been warm, vibrating slightly in rhythm with the humming in the air. Upon touching it, the humming had intensified dramatically, becoming a roar that filled not just my ears, but my entire consciousness. The trees had seemed to bend inward, their twisted forms elongating impossibly, reaching toward me. Then there had been others in the clearing. 3 figures wearing dark clothing, their faces obscured by what looked like beekeeping veils. They had appeared suddenly, as if stepping out from behind the twisted trees, though there had been nowhere for them to hide. "You shouldn't be here," one had said, voice muffled by the veil. I had tried to run, but my limbs had felt leaden, movements sluggish as if moving through syrup. The figures had surrounded me, their movements too fluid, too coordinated. "It's watching," another had said. "It's chosen." They had pressed me to the ground, pinning my arms and legs. One had produced a small device resembling a stamp or branding iron. I had struggled, but their strength had been surprising, their grips unyielding. The device had been pressed against my wrist, a quick, sharp pain followed by spreading warmth. "Marked," the figure had announced. "The connection is established." I remembered being pulled to my feet, marched through the forest along paths that didn't appear on any trail map. We had walked for what seemed like hours, the twisted trees appearing with increasing frequency as we progressed. Eventually, we had reached a larger clearing containing a structure. Not a building exactly, but a sort of pavilion made of the same twisted trees, their upper branches woven together to form a canopy. Inside, more veiled figures moved about, tending to equipment I couldn't identify. I had been seated in a chair at the center of this pavilion, restraints secured around my wrists and ankles. A device like a crown or helmet had been lowered onto my head, cold metal pressing against my temples. "The preparation is complete," someone had announced. "Begin the extraction." Pain had exploded inside my skull, white hot, unbearable. I recalled screaming until my voice gave out, my body convulsing against the restraints. Throughout it all, the veiled figures had watched impassively, occasionally adjusting dials on equipment arranged around the chair. "Sufficient," a voice had eventually declared. The pain had ceased abruptly, leaving me limp and disoriented. The restraints had been removed. I had been guided, half carried, back through the forest. My mind had been emptied, hollowed out. I remembered one of the figures speaking directly to me before releasing me near the main trail. "You will not remember this, but it will remember you, and when it calls, you will return." Then they had left me, and I had somehow found my way back to my car and driven home, the experience already fading from my conscious memory. Now, kneeling outside the circle of twisted trees, The full horror of what had happened, what had been done to me, crushed down like a physical weight. They had taken something from me, extracted something, and they had marked me for some purpose I couldn't begin to comprehend. I scrambled to my feet, backing away from the circle of trees, from the carved stone. The humming had intensified, becoming almost visible as a distortion in the air. The mark on my wrist burned, throbbing in time with the hum. I remember. I gasped into the recorder, which had captured every revelation. I remember everything. There are people here, in the forest. They did something to me. They put this mark on me. They... A sound from behind me, a twig snapping. I whirled around to see 3 figures at the edge of the clearing, wearing the same dark clothing, the same veiled hats. "You returned," one said, voice carrying clearly despite the distance and the intensifying hum, "as we knew you would." "Stay back," I shouted, fumbling in my pocket for my phone. "I've told someone where I am. They're expecting me to check in." "No one will miss you," another figure responded with terrible certainty. "No one ever does." I turned and ran, crashing through underbrush, abandoning the trail entirely. Behind me I could hear them pursuing, their movements coordinated, efficient, gaining on me with every stride. The forest seemed to work against me, branches whipping at my face, roots rising to catch my feet. I fell repeatedly, each time struggling up to continue my desperate flight. My lungs burned, legs weakening as fear and exertion took their toll. I realized with growing despair that I was lost, with no idea which direction would lead me back to the main trail, to my car, to safety. A clearing appeared ahead. I sprinted toward it, hoping for a landmark, some indication of where I was. Instead, I found myself facing another circle of those twisted trees, identical to the first, as if the forest had somehow looped back on itself. I turned to run in another direction, but my pursuers were there, blocking my escape. They approached slowly now, confidently, knowing I had nowhere left to go. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" "We are merely servants," the central figure replied. "It is not what we want. It is what it needs." "What? What needs me?" The figure gestured toward the circle of twisted trees. "The forest has been changing for decades, growing, evolving, becoming aware. It requires sustenance of a specific kind, memories, experiences, fragments of consciousness." "You're insane," I whispered. "Look at your arm," the figure commanded. "The mark is already spreading." I glanced down at my wrist. The symbol was indeed changing, fine lines extending outward from the circle, creeping up my forearm like roots or veins. "The connection has been established," the figure continued. "The first extraction was merely preparation. Today, the forest will take all of you." They moved forward in perfect unison. I backed away, feeling the strange, thick air of the tree circle against my back. The humming had become a physical force, vibrating through my body, resonating with the spreading mark on my arm. "No," I pleaded. "Please." "Your resistance is noted," one said almost gently, "but unnecessary. Many have stood where you stand. All have contributed. All have served." My back pressed against one of the twisted trees. The bark felt warm, pulsing, alive in a way no tree should be. To my horror, I felt it yield slightly, adhering to my shirt, beginning to enfold me. In desperate panic, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my lighter, a habit I'd maintained despite quitting smoking years ago. With shaking hands, I flicked it to life and touched the flame to the bark of the tree embracing me. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. The tree recoiled, the bark splitting with a sound like a scream. The humming changed pitch, rising to a wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "No!" one of the figures shouted. "The connection must not be broken." I didn't wait to see more. I ran, lighter still in hand, igniting anything that tried to block my path. The forest itself seemed to recoil from the flames, creating a corridor of retreat. Behind me, the veiled figures gave chase, but they moved more slowly now, their perfect coordination disrupted by the fire spreading through the underbrush. The wailing intensified, a sound of rage and pain that seemed to come from the earth itself. I ran without direction, without thought, driven purely by survival instinct. My only goal was distance, to get as far from those twisted trees, those veiled figures, as possible. How long I ran, I couldn't say. Eventually, I broke through a line of trees and found myself on a road. Not the one where I had parked, but a county highway I recognized from my drive to the trail. I flagged down a passing car, an elderly couple who seemed alarmed by my appearance but willing to help. They drove me to the nearest gas station, where I called the police. I reported being attacked by strangers in the forest, omitting the more inexplicable elements of my experience. The officers who responded seemed skeptical, especially when I couldn't provide a clear location of the attack or a detailed description of my assailants. They drove me back to my car, which was still parked at the trailhead. As we approached, smoke was visible in the distance. Apparently, my desperate use of the lighter had started a forest fire. The officers immediately called it in, then advised me to leave the area as emergency services would soon be closing the roads. I drove home in a state of numb shock, the reality of what had happened, what I had done, settling over me like ash. That was 3 weeks ago. The forest fire was contained within a day, burning approximately 50 acres according to news reports. Officials attributed it to careless hikers, a description I cannot dispute. The mark on my wrist has stopped spreading, but remains visible, a constant reminder that my experience was not hallucination or delusion. The neurologist found nothing unusual in my brain scans, no physical explanation for my episode of memory loss. When I described my symptoms more fully, he suggested I consult a psychiatrist. I've done so, but have been selective about what I share. Some truths are too outlandish to be believed, even by professionals trained to listen without judgment. I've researched obsessively since my escape. I've found scattered reports of similar incidents in forests across the country, hikers with missing time, unexplained markings, stories of veiled figures dismissed as hallucinations or inventions. Most are buried in obscure forums or local newspapers, quickly forgotten or rationalized away. The voice recorder captured everything, my returning memories, the confrontation with the veiled figures, my desperate escape. I've listened to the recording dozens of times, searching for any detail I might have missed, any explanation that might make sense of what happened. There is none. The only explanation is the one given to me in that clearing. Something ancient and terrible is growing in those woods, something that feeds on human consciousness, human experience, and it has servants who help it harvest what it needs. The mark on my wrist no longer spreads, but sometimes it throbs, usually when I'm dreaming. In these dreams, I'm back in the forest, standing among those twisted trees. But in the dreams, I'm not afraid. I'm waiting, watching. Part of me is still there, I think. The part they took during that first extraction. I've considered going to the authorities with my recording, my photographs, the mark on my wrist. But what would they do? Send officers into those woods, only to have them return with missing hours and marks of their own? Or perhaps they wouldn't return at all. Instead, I've started reaching out to others. People who've posted online about similar experiences. Not just at Black Pine Loop, but in forests across the country. We share our stories, our evidence, our theories. We warn others to stay away from places where the trees grow too straight or too twisted, where the air feels too thick, where silence falls too suddenly. Most importantly, we warn them about the circles, the perfect arrangements of trees that are not arrangements at all, but something else, something hungry. I don't know if the fire destroyed the twisted trees, the veiled figures, whatever intelligence was growing there. Part of me hopes it did. A larger part knows better. Fire might set back such an entity, but something capable of altering a forest, of manipulating human consciousness, would not be so easily destroyed. Whatever it is, it's patient. It thinks in decades, centuries, and it's spreading. As for me, I no longer hike. I avoid forests entirely. The outdoors that once offered escape now promises only terror. I've moved to a new apartment in the center of the city, surrounded by concrete and steel and human activity. I sleep with the lights on. But sometimes, standing at my window at night, looking at the distant tree line beyond the city limits, I feel a familiar humming. Not in my ears, but in my bones, in the mark on my wrist. And I know that someday it will call me back. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. Because part of me is still there, feeding whatever grows among those twisted trees. And it never forgets what belongs to it. I never planned to become a park ranger in the Alaskan wilderness. 6 months ago, I was drowning in student debt and stuck in a cubicle job that slowly drained my soul. When the position appeared in my job alerts, Wilderness Ranger, Remote Station, Tongass National Forest, something deep inside me resonated with it. The listing mentioned extreme isolation, self-sufficiency required, and wildlife encounters expected, as if they were warnings. To me, they sounded like promises. The interview was conducted over a spotty satellite connection. Chief Ranger McKenna, a weathered woman with eyes that had seen too much wilderness, seemed surprised by my enthusiasm. Most applicants back out when they understand how remote Nagitli Station really is, she said, the indigenous name rolling off her tongue with practiced ease. 3 days hike from the nearest road. Supply drops once monthly. No cell service. Just you, the forest, and whatever lives in it. That's exactly what I'm looking for, I replied. 2 weeks later, I was in a float plane soaring over endless green, watching mountains rise like ancient guardians from mist-shrouded valleys. Below us, pristine lakes mirrored the sky, unmarred by human presence. The pilot, a man of few words named Rivera, pointed toward a tiny clearing where a rustic cabin sat at the edge of a perfect oval lake. Nagitli, he said, means watcher at the edge, in the local language. It's been a ranger station for 60 years, but the indigenous people had stories about this place long before that. The cabin was more substantial than I expected. A sturdy 2-room structure with a stone fireplace, solar panels, and a small radio setup for weekly check-ins. Behind it stood a storage shed and a small dock extending into the clear waters of Lake Akiwaga-G. Mountains surrounded us on 3 sides, with the 4th opening into deep forest that stretched for hundreds of miles. Rivera helped unload my supplies, gave me a brief orientation, then prepared to leave. As he readied the float plane, he paused. Listen, I know McKenna gave you the official briefing, but there's something you should know. The last 3 rangers at this station requested transfers within a month. 1 left the service entirely. Why? I asked, feeling the first flutter of uncertainty. They said they felt watched. I fly supplies to a dozen remote stations, and this one feels different. He shrugged, clearly uncomfortable. Probably nothing. But keep your radio charged and your bear spray closer. With that cryptic warning, he was gone, the drone of the float plane engine fading until only the sounds of the wilderness remained. Wind through tall pines, water lapping at the shore, and distant bird calls. I spent that first day organizing supplies and familiarizing myself with the cabin. The previous ranger had left everything impeccably clean and organized, though I found notes in the logbook that grew increasingly terse and anxious toward the end. The final entry simply read, "Something broke the motion sensor again. Not an animal. Going to request early extraction tomorrow." That night, I sat on the cabin's porch watching darkness claim the wilderness. The vastness of the Alaskan taiga stretched before me, ancient and indifferent to my presence. Stars emerged in breathtaking clarity, unhindered by light pollution. For the first time in years, I felt peace, until I heard the knocking. 3 distinct knocks from deep in the forest, like someone striking a hollow tree with tremendous force. Then silence. I waited, heart suddenly pounding, but the sound wasn't repeated. I consulted the Ranger Handbook on wildlife behaviors. Bears sometimes clawed at trees, but the sound was unmistakably deliberate. I made a note to check for woodpecker activity in the morning, though the knocks had been far too powerful for any bird. Sleep came reluctantly that first night. Every creak of the cabin settling, every gust of wind against the windows jerked me back to alertness. By dawn, exhaustion had overcome vigilance, and I fell into uneasy dreams. My first week passed in a routine of boundary patrols, wildlife observations, and habitat assessments. The work was physically demanding, but deeply satisfying. I cataloged bear activity, monitored eagle nests, and mapped invasive plant species. Each day brought new discoveries: a hidden waterfall, a meadow carpeted with wildflowers, the tracks of animals rarely seen by human eyes. But always, there was the feeling of being observed. It wasn't constant. Hours would pass in perfect solitude. Then suddenly, while crouching to photograph animal tracks or pausing to consult my map, awareness would prickle across my neck. I'd turn to find nothing but silent trees swaying in the breeze. On the 8th night, I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate, with a weight that no human could produce. I lay frozen, listening as whatever it was completed a full circuit, paused at the porch, then retreated into the forest with receding crunches of pine needles. The next morning, I found massive tracks in the soft earth around the cabin. Barefoot, but impossibly large, easily twice the size of my size 11 boots. The stride length measured nearly 7 feet. No bear walks exclusively on hind legs for that distance. I photographed the prints before they were erased by a sudden rainfall, knowing how implausible they would seem to others. That evening, I radioed McKenna for my scheduled check-in. "How are you settling in?" she asked after we'd covered the official report items. "Well enough," I hesitated. "I've been finding some unusual tracks around the station. Larger than bear, bipedal. And there are sounds at night." A long silence followed. "The indigenous people called that area Nagitli for a reason," she finally said. "It means watcher at the edge, but there's more to the story. They believed it marked the boundary between the human world and something else. Something older." "Are you talking about—" "I'm not talking about anything officially," she interrupted. "Officially, you're reporting possible bear activity, but I'll tell you what my predecessor told me. Whatever you do, don't follow it into the deep forest. The station is safe ground, has been for generations. Stay close to the cabin after dark." The radio crackled with static as if something was interfering with the signal. "We're breaking up," I said. "One more thing." Her voice came through broken and distorted. "If you hear your name called from the forest, even if it sounds like someone you—" The connection died completely. That night, I dreamed of walking through endless trees, following massive footprints that led deeper and deeper into darkness. In the distance, something enormous moved between ancient trunks, always just out of clear sight. I woke gasping, the first light of dawn filtering through my window. Something had scratched symbols into the cabin door during the night. The marks on my cabin door resembled no animal scratches I'd ever seen. 3 vertical lines crossed by 2 horizontal ones. Deliberate, geometric, carved with precision into the wood. I photographed them, then consulted the station's reference materials for similar indigenous symbols. Finding nothing, I added detailed notes to the logbook, alongside the previous ranger's increasingly disturbed entries. That morning, I hiked to the ridge overlooking Lake Akiwagi-Nji, partly for scheduled environmental monitoring, partly to clear my head. The vast wilderness stretched in every direction, 100 shades of green beneath the bright blue Alaskan sky. Ravens wheeled overhead, their calls echoing across the valley. As I adjusted my binoculars to count eagle nests on the far cliffs, movement caught my eye near the forest edge below. Something large moved through the tree line, not with the meandering path of a bear, but with purpose. Though mostly obscured by vegetation, its height was striking, towering above the undergrowth. It paused, and despite the distance, I felt with absolute certainty it was looking directly at me. I lowered my binoculars, heart hammering. When I raised them again, whatever it was had vanished. That afternoon, I encountered Konstantin, one of the few humans within 50 miles of my station. An elderly Tlingit man who lived in a small cabin near the southern boundary of my patrol area. He supplemented his subsistence fishing by serving as an unofficial guide for the rare adventurous tourist. His weathered face brightened at the sight of a visitor. "The new watcher at Nagitli," he said, inviting me in for tea. "I wondered how long before you'd find your way here." His cabin was small but immaculately kept, walls adorned with traditional carvings and family photographs spanning generations. As we sipped strong black tea, I described the tracks, the knocking, and the symbols carved into my door. Konstantin's expression grew somber. My grandmother called them Kushtaka, the land otter men of our stories. Others have different names. The Russians who trapped here called them Leshy, forest masters. The gold miners had cruder names. He shrugged. "Names don't matter. They've walked these forests since before humans came." "You're talking about Bigfoot," I said, the word feeling ridiculous in my mouth. He frowned. "That Hollywood name trivializes something ancient, something that remembers when glaciers covered this land." "But they're not real," I said, immediately regretting how dismissive it sounded. Rather than taking offense, Konstantin smiled with genuine amusement. "Tell that to whatever carved your door last night." He rose and retrieved an old leather-bound journal from a shelf. "My great-grandfather was guide for a Russian expedition in 1887. A scientist, 2 hunters, and a photographer. They came looking for evidence." He opened the journal to reveal detailed sketches in faded Cyrillic script. "Only my great-grandfather returned." The sketches showed the same symbol that had been carved into my cabin door. "What does it mean?" I asked. "Boundary. Warning. The exact meaning is lost, but it's always found at the edge of their territory." He closed the journal. "Your cabin sits on safe ground, neutral territory established by agreement older than written history. But they're reminding you of the boundary." "This can't be real," I said, though doubt had begun to erode my certainty. "Whether you believe doesn't matter to them," he replied. "But disrespect their boundaries and belief becomes unnecessary. Experience replaces it." As I prepared to leave, Konstantin handed me a small carved wooden pendant on a leather cord. "My grandmother made this protective charm. I've never needed it. They know me. But you're new. Until they decide about you, wear it." I accepted it to be polite, slipping it around my neck beneath my ranger shirt. "One more thing," he added as I stepped outside. "If you need to leave your cabin at night, always bring fire. They respect fire. It's the one human thing that truly belongs to us alone." That evening, returning to my station, I noticed fresh tracks crossing my path. The same enormous barefoot prints. They paralleled my route back to the cabin, always keeping just within the tree line, watching my progress. I tried radioing McKenna again, but received only static. The atmospheric interference had worsened, though the sky remained clear. Even my emergency satellite phone showed no signal, though it had worked perfectly during testing. Night fell with an oppressive stillness. No wind rustled the trees, no animals called in the darkness. Just silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I checked my equipment, bear spray, flare gun, rifle, making sure everything was within easy reach. Though the previous ranger's logbook mentioned constant equipment failures, particularly with the motion-sensing cameras, I set them up around the cabin perimeter anyway. Sleep seemed impossible, but eventually exhaustion won. I dreamed of walking through misty forest, following someone just ahead of me who kept calling my name in a voice almost but not quite like McKenna's. I woke to the sound of breathing, heavy, rhythmic breathing just outside my window. Frozen in my bed, I watched as a shadow darkened the glass, too tall, too broad to be human. It remained motionless, silhouetted against the night sky. Minutes passed, each second stretching into infinity. Then, with deliberate slowness, a massive hand pressed against the window, fingers splayed, covering most of the glass. Not a bear paw, unmistakably a hand, with an opposed thumb and distinct fingers, but scaled to impossible proportions. The wood frame creaked under pressure, but held. The ancient boundary, Constantine had said. Safe ground. Morning light revealed no tracks, but one of the motion sensors had been carefully dismantled. Not smashed or damaged, but taken apart piece by piece, its components arranged in a precise line at the forest edge. The other cameras showed nothing but static, except for one image, a blurred frame of something massive moving with shocking speed directly toward the lens. The timestamp showed 3:17 a.m., exactly when I'd felt the presence at my window. That day, on routine patrol, I found evidence of territorial marking throughout my assigned area. Trees broken at impossible heights, arranged in unmistakable patterns. Rock formations that defied natural erosion or animal activity. Everywhere, subtle signs that something intelligent had shaped this wilderness according to its will. The most disturbing discovery came at dusk, as I followed a game trail back toward the station. Ahead on the path lay a neatly arranged pile of my own garbage, empty food containers and papers I had securely stored in the cabin's trash bin. Items that could only have been taken from inside while I was away on patrol. They had been inside my cabin, touching my belongings, while I hiked oblivious through their territory. I broke into a run, racing the falling darkness back to the station. Behind me, from deep within the trees, came the sound of 3 powerful knocks, followed by what could only be described as laughter, deep, resonant, and undeniably inhuman. That night they surrounded the cabin. I knew they were there before I saw them. The pressure in the air changed, like the heaviness before a thunderstorm. My ears popped. The radio emitted a continuous low static that rose and fell like breathing. Outside, the forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no night birds calling. Even the lake water seemed to still its gentle lapping against the shore. At precisely midnight, they began to circle the cabin. Through the windows, I caught glimpses, massive shadows moving with deliberate slowness. Their footfalls vibrated through the floorboards. Something scraped against the outer walls, not aggressively, but with a curious, testing quality. They were probing the boundary. I clutched the flare gun, knowing ammunition for the rifle would be useless, remembering Constantine's words about fire. The old pendant he'd given me seemed to grow warm against my skin, though that was surely imagination. A tapping came at the window. Not threatening, but rhythmic. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps. The same pattern as the symbol carved into my door. I found myself responding, tapping the same rhythm on the wooden table before I could question the impulse. The movement outside stopped. Complete stillness followed. Then, from directly outside the front door, came a series of complex knocks and vocalizations. Deep, resonant sounds no human throat could produce. They were communicating, and clearly expected me to understand. Against every rational instinct, I moved to the door. Hand trembling, I opened it just enough to see outside. It stood 7 feet away, exactly at the edge where the clearing met the forest. In the moonlight, its proportions were difficult to process. 8 feet tall at minimum, with a breadth of shoulder that made it seem almost as wide as it was tall. Dense hair covered its body, not fur, but something coarser, darker than the night around it. Its face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze with physical intensity. The intelligence behind that stare was undeniable and ancient. This was no animal. Whatever category separated humans from other creatures, this being belonged with us, not them, though perhaps in a classification entirely its own. For a full minute we regarded each other across the threshold. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised an enormous hand, palm open, fingers splayed. A gesture universally recognizable as non-threatening. A greeting. Reason told me to shut the door, to radio for emergency extraction at first light. But some deeper instinct, something primitive and true, made me raise my own hand and mirror response. The creature nodded once, a profoundly human gesture, then melted back into the forest with shocking silence for something of its size. I stood in the doorway long after it disappeared, my mind struggling to integrate what I'd witnessed. When I finally closed the door, my hands were steady. Fear remained, but alongside it grew something else. Curiosity. The same curiosity that had driven me to this remote wilderness in the first place. In the morning, I found gifts at the forest edge. A cluster of rare medicinal herbs tied with spruce roots and a perfectly spherical stone of a type not native to the region. Offerings, or perhaps tests. I left dried fruit and a small carved wooden figure I'd brought from home in the same spot. That day, I hiked to the ridge where I'd first spotted movement in the forest. Instead of continuing my patrol route, I deliberately ventured deeper, following game trails that showed signs of recent passage. Broken branches too high for deer or moose. Distinctive footprints in muddy patches. The forest changed the further I walked. Trees grew older, more massive. The undergrowth thinned, revealing a cathedral-like space beneath the canopy. Nurse logs hosted colonies of fungi in colors I'd never seen before. The air smelled different, richer, charged with petrichor and something musky. 3 hours in, I found structures. Not natural formations, but not human architecture either. Saplings bent and woven into complex shapes. Larger trees grown deliberately around rock formations. Everywhere, evidence of patient manipulation of the environment over decades, perhaps centuries. In a clearing stood what could only be described as monuments. Towering arrangements of massive logs and boulders that defied engineering logic. At the center, freshly constructed, was a miniature version of my own cabin, created from twigs and bark with painstaking accuracy. Even the solar panels had been represented using shiny mica flakes. I circled it, marveling at the craftsmanship, when something caught my eye, a small figure placed inside the replica. Stepping closer, my breath caught. It was me. A tiny, perfect representation carved from dark wood, down to my ranger hat and the pendant around my neck. They'd been watching me since before I arrived. The realization sent a chill down my spine. A branch snapped behind me. I turned slowly, knowing what I would find. 3 of them stood at the clearing's edge. The one from last night, flanked by 2 others even larger. In daylight, details became clear that darkness had concealed. Their bodies were powerfully muscled beneath the coarse hair, with proportions both human and not. Longer arms, barrel chests, sloped foreheads above deep-set eyes that reflected more intelligence than I was prepared to confront. Their faces were not what popular culture had conditioned me to expect. Not ape-like, but distinctly their own species. Heavy brow ridges, broad noses, pronounced jaws. Completely foreign, yet capable of expressions unmistakably conveying thought and emotion. The central figure, the one that had greeted me the previous night, stepped forward. In its massive hands, it held my offering from that morning. With ceremonial deliberateness, it placed the carved wooden figure in the replica of myself, creating a miniature scene of this exact moment. Message received. They understood representation, symbolism. Abstract thought. The largest of the 3 moved with shocking speed, covering 20 feet between us before I could react. It stopped just short of me, its musk filling my nostrils, its breathing audible and controlled. Slowly, it extended one enormous finger and touched the pendant at my neck. Recognition flickered in its deep-set eyes. Then it spoke. Not words, not language as humans define it, but vocalizations carrying unmistakable meaning. Deep, resonant tones that vibrated in my chest, interspersed with clicks and whistles impossible to transcribe. The sound shaped meaning directly in my mind, bypassing the need for linguistic processing. Constantine. Old friend. You wear his protection. Good. I staggered backward, overwhelmed by the impossible communication. The creature made no move to follow, remaining just beyond arm's reach. The other two joined it, forming a semicircle around me. Each carried something. One held a weather monitoring device I recognized from an abandoned research station 15 miles away, the other a digital camera that had gone missing from a tourist 3 years earlier, according to incident reports I'd reviewed. They were curious about human technology, studying it, studying us. The leader gestured toward the forest behind them, then to me, then back to the forest. An invitation, or a test. Every human instinct screamed danger, but I hadn't come to the Alaskan wilderness for safety. I'd come seeking something genuine, something beyond the sterile confines of modern existence. I nodded and took a step toward them. The forest ahead seemed to shift and darken, as if we were preparing to enter another realm entirely. The creatures turned and began walking, clearly expecting me to follow. I did. The deeper we traveled into the forest, the more profoundly the environment changed. Familiar Alaska taiga gradually transformed into something that couldn't possibly exist at this latitude. The trees grew massive, primordial, species I couldn't identify despite extensive forestry training. Ferns towered overhead. Phosphorescent fungi cast eerie blue-green light in shadowy hollows. The air grew warmer, heavier with moisture, carrying scents that belonged in no forest I'd ever studied. My 3 guides moved with perfect confidence through terrain that seemed deliberately disorienting. Several times I became certain we were walking in circles, only to emerge into clearings revealing we'd climbed higher into the mountains than should have been possible given our trajectory and duration. Time itself became unreliable. My watch continued ticking, but the sun's position contradicted its readings. What felt like an hour's hike would show mere minutes elapsed, while brief passages through dense undergrowth somehow consumed entire afternoon periods. We paused at what appeared to be a boundary of sorts, a perfect line where the altered forest I'd been experiencing gave way to something even more impossible. Beyond this point, the laws of nature as I understood them seemed increasingly optional. Tree trunks twisted in geometric patterns, rocks hovered inches above the ground, water flowed uphill along creek beds. The lead creature turned to me, gesturing at the boundary, then pointing at my chest. A question? Permission? Warning? I nodded, giving consent to whatever crossing we were about to make, and we proceeded. Another hour of increasingly surreal hiking brought us to our apparent destination, a vast clearing dominated by what I can only describe as architecture. Not built, but grown. Massive trees coaxed over generations to form walls, archways, enclosures. Stone and living wood intertwined in structures that served clear purpose while defying human engineering principles. And they were everywhere. Dozens of the creatures moved about the settlement, varying in size and coloration. Some noticed our arrival, pausing to observe me with the same intense curiosity I directed at them. Others continued their activities, crafting, food preparation, teaching younger members of their kind. A society, a civilization hidden within our world. At the clearing center stood the largest of their kind I'd seen, ancient, its hair graying, its movements deliberate with age. The 3 who had guided me approached this elder with postures of clear deference. Complex vocalizations were exchanged, that same resonant speech that conveyed meaning directly without linguistic processing. The elder approached me. Up close, the sheer physical presence was overwhelming. 9 feet tall minimum, with hands that could easily encircle my torso. Yet there was nothing threatening in its demeanor. It studied me with eyes deep set beneath a heavy brow, containing awareness that felt impossibly old. It reached out, movement slow enough not to startle, and lightly touched my forehead with one massive finger. Images flooded my mind. Not hallucinations, something transmitted directly through contact. I saw the history of this place through non-human perception. Glaciers retreating, forests emerging from barren ground. The first humans arriving, small and vulnerable. Conflict, initial fear. then understanding, boundaries established, patterns of interaction over thousands of years, periods of communication alternating with separation, the arrival of European trappers and miners bringing violence, retreat deeper into remaining wilderness, adaptation, hiding, watching humanity spread across the continent, nuclear testing in the Aleutians, environmental changes accelerating, concern for shared territories as climate shifted, recent attempts to re-establish contact with specific humans deemed receptive. The connection broke, leaving me gasping. The elder stepped back, watching my reaction with what I could only interpret as measured assessment. A younger member of their kind approached, carrying something that stopped my breath. A ranger hat identical to mine, but decades old. The leather cracked with age. From a settlement across the clearing came another, bearing a collection of human items spread across a hide. Watches, compasses, cameras from various eras. Technology from different decades, all studied, many disassembled and reconstructed. They were archiving us, learning, adapting. The elder produced a small object, a stone tablet covered in symbols similar to those carved into my cabin door, but far more complex. It handed this to me with ceremony, wrapping my fingers around it with its enormous hand. As my skin contacted the stone, understanding formed. Not complete translation, but impressions. The tablet contained specific boundaries. Territories humans must not enter. Agreements made with indigenous peoples centuries earlier. Seasons when certain activities were permitted or prohibited. Maps of sensitive habitats. Warnings about places where the boundaries between worlds grew thin. Messages meant for whoever held the position of watcher at Nagit Li. The purpose of the ranger station crystallized with sudden clarity. It had never primarily been about managing wilderness for human benefit. It was about maintaining ancient boundaries between worlds, about having a human representative with whom they could communicate when necessary. Night had fallen during this exchange, the clearing illuminated by the same bioluminescent fungi I'd noticed during our journey. The creatures began preparations that clearly signaled the end of our meeting. The three who had guided me appeared, ready to lead me back. As we prepared to depart, commotion erupted at the settlement's edge. A younger member of their kind burst into the clearing, vocalizing with obvious distress. The gathered creatures stilled, listening. The elder's posture changed dramatically, alarm, then resolve. My guides turned to me with new urgency. One pointed toward the north, then made gestures mimicking walking, human-sized. The meaning was clear. People were approaching. Humans had crossed the boundary. A bark of command from the elder set the entire community in motion. Some began gathering young ones, others collected important items. Several of the largest males moved with purpose toward the northern boundary, their posture unmistakably protective. My guides hurried me away from the settlement, our return journey taking a different route from our arrival. We moved with greater speed, any pretense of leisurely escort abandoned. The transmission of urgency was clear, something dangerous approached, and I needed to return to my cabin immediately. We had crossed perhaps half the distance back when we heard the first gunshot echo through the forest. The gunshot changed everything. My guides froze, heads turning toward the sound with perfect synchronization. Their bodies tensed, postures shifting from escort to protective stance around me. More shots followed, the rapid succession of a semi-automatic rifle. The largest of the three made a decision, gesturing for the others to continue toward my cabin with me, while it veered toward the gunfire. Despite its massive size, it moved with shocking stealth, disappearing into the forest without disturbing a single branch. My remaining guides increased our pace, navigating the strange transitional forest with desperate urgency. The otherworldly elements receded as we crossed back into familiar terrain. Though even here, the forest seemed altered by our presence. Trees bending slightly away from our path, undergrowth parting to ease our passage. We emerged at the forest edge behind my cabin, just as dawn illuminated Lake Akiwaga, NG. The creatures stopped precisely at the boundary, unwilling to cross into the neutral territory surrounding the station. One of them pointed urgently toward the cabin, then to the lake beyond. A warning to stay inside, to remain on safe ground. I nodded, understanding, then sprinted across the clearing. Inside, I grabbed the satellite phone, rifle, and flare gun, trying each in succession. The phone showed no signal. The rifle's firing mechanism had been subtly damaged, functional enough to appear normal upon inspection, but it would jam if fired. Only the flare gun remained operational, Constantine's words about fire echoing in my memory. Through the window, I saw my guides had vanished, retreating into the forest protection. But they weren't gone. I could feel their presence, watching, waiting from just beyond sight. The radio crackled to life with McKenna's voice, stripped of its usual calm professionalism. Repeat. Unidentified armed individuals approaching your station from the north. Not Park Service, not authorized. Satellite shows 3, possibly 4 heat signatures moving along the ridge trail. They disabled the weather station relay. I'm sending emergency response, but nearest team is 4 hours out. Do you copy? I grabbed the handset. I copy. Armed individuals approaching. What's their intent? Unknown, but they're carrying serious hardware. Thermal imaging picked up rifle signatures before the relay went down. Her voice dropped. Listen carefully. There's a hidden compartment beneath the east floorboard under your bunk. Emergency protocols. Authentication code, Denali 7 Tango. Get it now. I found the compartment exactly where she described, containing a sealed waterproof packet. Inside, a satellite beacon with built-in GPS, a sidearm more substantial than standard Ranger issue, and a folder stamped with classification markings I didn't recognize. I've got it, I reported. What am I dealing with here, McKenna? People who've been hunting for what you've seen, she replied cryptically. The department has protected this region for generations, long before it became official parkland. These individuals, they've been tracking signs across the Pacific Northwest for years. Resource extraction companies want access to what's beyond the boundary. Others have more extreme motivations. You knew, I realized. About them, about everything here. Not everything. Just enough. Each ranger at Nagitli learns what they need to when they need to. Her tone softened. I'm sorry for the incomplete briefing, but experience can't be transferred secondhand. Did they make contact? Before I could answer, movement at the tree line caught my attention. A flash of unnatural color. The orange of synthetic fabric. Humans approaching with poor attempt at stealth. I ducked away from the window. They're here, I whispered into the radio. Armed civilians at the forest edge. Do not engage, McKenna ordered. Repeat, do not engage. You're on neutral ground. The cabin is protected by more than just park regulations. Stay inside until backup arrives. The connection dissolved into static as 3 figures emerged from the trees at the northwestern edge of the clearing. Men in expensive outdoor gear carrying high-powered rifles equipped with scopes and tactical attachments. They moved with the confidence of those accustomed to hunting, but their formation betrayed military or paramilitary training. They paused at the tree line, scanning the area with practiced efficiency. The leader pointed toward my cabin, then to the strange symbols carved into several trees marking the boundary. One man photographed these markings, while another consulted a device that appeared to be measuring electromagnetic frequencies. These weren't random hunters or resource prospectors. They knew exactly what they were looking for. As they started toward my cabin, the forest behind them erupted with activity. Massive shadows moved between trees with impossible speed. The distinctive sound of wood knocking echoed from multiple directions simultaneously, creating disorienting patterns that made location impossible to pinpoint. The intruders reacted immediately, switching from approach to defensive formation, rifles raised toward the forest. Their leader shouted something I couldn't distinguish at this distance. Whatever their purpose, they'd come prepared for this encounter. The knocking intensified, joined by deep vocalizations that resonated across the clearing. The patterns formed a complex rhythm that seemed to communicate specific information. The men responded by firing warning shots into the air, then directly into the forest when the sounds continued. I knew what would happen next. I'd been shown enough to understand the boundaries, the protocols, the ancient agreements these men were violating. If they crossed further into protected territory, especially with weapons and hostile intent, traditional restraint would be abandoned. I had minutes, perhaps seconds, to prevent bloodshed. Grabbing the flare gun, I burst from the cabin and ran to position myself between the armed men and the forest edge. I raised my hands, ranger badge clearly visible. "Federal Wilderness Officer," I shouted, "you are trespassing in a restricted conservation area with unauthorized weapons. Lower your rifles immediately." The men hesitated, surprised by human intervention. Their leader, a weathered man with cold eyes and a face mapped with experience, assessed me with clinical detachment. "Step aside, Ranger," he said, voice carrying the certainty of someone accustomed to command. "You have no idea what you're protecting." "I know exactly what I'm protecting," I replied, keeping my voice steady despite the pounding of my heart. "This land, these boundaries, have been maintained for generations. Whatever you're hunting isn't yours to find." His expression hardened. 3 research teams have disappeared in these mountains. 2 decades of evidence points to non-human intelligence operating in this region. We're not leaving without confirmation. "You've already confirmed it," I said, nodding toward their photographer's camera. "Those boundary markers are communication, evidence of intelligence. Take your documentation and leave. That's all you're getting today." Behind them, the forest had gone completely silent. No birds called, no branches moved in the breeze. Just perfect, waiting stillness that raised hairs on my neck. I knew they were there, dozens of them, watching, poised at the edge of intervention. The leader seemed to sense the change as well, years of instinct making him glance back toward the 2 quiet trees. For a brief moment, I saw certainty waver in his expression. I pressed the advantage. "Whatever you're hoping to achieve, this isn't the way. This place operates on agreements older than our government. Agreements that have kept peace for centuries. Break them at your peril." As if responding to my words, 3 distinct knocks sounded from directly behind the men, close enough that they should have seen the source, yet nothing visible had made the sound. All 3 spun, rifles raised toward the empty forest. I used their distraction to raise the flare gun and fire. The bright red star arced over the clearing, momentarily turning night to crimson day. In the strange illumination, dozens of massive silhouettes became briefly visible among the trees. Far more than the men could possibly engage. The message was unmistakable. "The next rangers to patrol this forest will find whatever remains of you," I said quietly. "Take your evidence. File your reports. But do it from beyond the boundary." Long seconds stretched as the leader calculated his options. Finally, he lowered his rifle and signaled his men to do the same. "This isn't over," he said. "It's been ongoing for thousands of years," I corrected him. "You're just late to the conversation." They retreated with reluctance, maintaining defensive posture until they reached the ridge trail. Only when they disappeared from sight did the forest resume its normal sounds, birds cautiously resuming calls, wind moving through branches. I stood at the boundary until sunrise fully illuminated the clearing, knowing I was being watched from both sides. Park Service satellites overhead, ancient guardians from the forest depths. When McKenna's emergency response team arrived hours later, they found me sitting calmly on my cabin porch, the strange stone tablet openly displayed on the table beside me. Her expression upon seeing it confirmed what I'd suspected. She recognized its significance. "You've crossed the boundary," she said. Not a question. "They invited me," I replied simply. She nodded, unsurprised. "It happens, occasionally, when they deem someone trustworthy, when circumstances require direct communication." She gestured to the tablet. "That hasn't been seen by Ranger Service personnel in 30 years. It contains boundaries, agreements, things I need to know to do this job properly." "Will you stay?" she asked. "Most Rangers request transfer after experiences like yours." I looked toward the forest edge, where a subtle movement caught my eye. Massive figures, just visible in the shadows, watching our interaction with undisguised interest, not hiding, merely respecting boundaries, waiting to see what humanity would choose through its representative. "I'll stay," I said. "Someone needs to watch the boundary. That's what Nagitli means, after all." McKenna's relief was palpable. She glanced toward the forest, offering a small, respectful nod to the shadows there. "The department will want reports," she said. "Documentation, evidence. They'll get exactly what they need to maintain the protections. Nothing more." I picked up the stone tablet, feeling its ancient weight. Some boundaries exist for everyone's benefit. As the response team prepared to leave, I felt, rather than heard, a final communication from the forest. That same resonant meaning that bypassed language, impressing itself directly into understanding. Watcher at the edge. Guardian of boundaries. 2 worlds. 1 protection. I raised my hand toward the tree line, acknowledging the message and accepting the responsibility it conveyed. In the deepening twilight, a massive silhouette mirrored my gesture from just beyond the ancient boundary. Some wilderness remains truly wild not because humans haven't discovered it, but because we've had the wisdom to recognize when something isn't ours to claim. At Nagitli Station, I'd found my purpose as guardian of that wisdom, watcher at the edge between worlds that must remain both separate and connected. Beyond the boundary, something ancient waits. Not monster, not myth, but another intelligence with which we share this planet. And in this remote corner of Alaska, I've become the latest in a long line of rangers maintaining a peace far older and far more important than most of humanity will ever know. The hunting cabin was just as I remembered it. It was tiny, hardly bigger than a tool shed, and after a year of neglect, dust now coated every surface. I hadn't been there in almost 10 years, not since the last time I went hunting with my grandfather Joseph. I'd been so terrified by the thing we saw in the woods there that I hadn't wanted to return, and my parents just assumed I was too bored to want to spend 2 weeks with a boring old man. But Gramps still came to visit us. Thankfully, we never went there. When Gramps passed away a year ago, he left the cabin and the 30 acres surrounding it to his only remaining grandchild. At 28 years old, I had never expected to set foot on the rural mountainside again, much less inherit it. But a bad breakup had left me with the decision of moving into the cabin or into my parents' basement. The choice had almost been hard to make. The local newspaper, the Highland Times, had claimed that Gramps died of a bear attack while out chopping firewood behind his cabin. I didn't really buy that story, though, and even as I pulled my beat-up old Ford into the unpaved driveway, I had my hand on my rifle. Though if that thing came back, I was sure it wouldn't do much to it. But still, it made me feel better. I hadn't seen it in a decade, but if that creature was still out there, I would be prepared this time, at least I hoped. Several hours later, I was unpacked, and the cabin was decently clean. All of the utilities were still hooked up, and the refrigerator was well stocked. I had taken the week off of work to adjust to my new life. I was planning on just relaxing for the next few days. My first night and day passed uneventfully, but by the second night, things were getting a little weird. The isolation was immediate and overwhelming. The cabin sat nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering pines that blocked out most of the sunlight during the day and created impenetrable darkness at night. The nearest neighbor was 5 miles away, and the small town of Highland Ridge was a good 10-mile drive down winding mountain roads. Cell service was spotty at best, and the ancient landline phone crackled with static whenever I tried to use it. That first evening, I sat on the porch with a beer, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with sounds. Crickets chirping, owls hooting, and the occasional rustling in the underbrush. Normal sounds, expected sounds. But as the night deepened, the forest grew unnaturally quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I told myself it was nothing. just my imagination playing tricks on me, fueled by childhood memories and the knowledge of how my grandfather had died. I went inside, locked the door, and tried to sleep. I had spent enough time in the country as a child to be familiar with the wildlife here. Raccoons, skunks, bears, other mammals. But the freshly made claw marks on the side of the cabin, they weren't anything that I recognized. I woke up on my third morning to gouges in the wood, and I was definitely unnerved. They were too large to belong to any small critters, and far too high up to be from coyotes. They were even too wide to be a mountain lion or bear. In this neck of the woods, that ruled out everything logical. As I studied the claw marks, I wondered how I could have slept through them being made. They definitely hadn't been there when I first arrived, and the fresh marks stood out in a bright contrast to the weathered wood of the cabin walls. I supposed a human could have made them with a knife, but I didn't have neighbors for miles. Who would be skulking around out here just to prank me like this? It didn't make any sense. It crossed my mind that maybe my ex might have done it, just to freak me out. But Veronica lived almost 50 miles away and did not have the address for the cabin in the first place. I don't use social media enough to bother listing my new address, and we didn't have friends in common or anything like that. I eventually shrugged it off, deciding to let it go. I knew that worrying about it wouldn't help. That afternoon, though, I found myself driving the 10 miles into town and buying some motion-activated floodlights and a motion-sensing camera. 2 more nights passed, and each morning, I woke up to the claw marks getting closer and closer to the cabin door. As much as I wanted to believe it was a prank, I had to admit to myself that the evidence was overwhelmingly against that idea. The floodlights would turn on and the camera would snap. Yet somehow, all I would ever see in the photos was an empty yard. I had even tried to set up a video on my phone, but all it managed to capture was a vague blur of movement at the edge of the screen. The blur was elongated, taller than a person should be, with what looked like unnaturally long limbs. The image made my stomach twist into knots. The marks continued to appear, now accompanied by other disturbances. One morning I found the garden soil disturbed, as if something had been digging. Another day, I discovered a pile of small animal bones arranged in a bizarre pattern near the wood pile. Each night, whatever was out there seemed to be growing bolder, coming closer to the cabin, leaving more evidence of its presence. I began to notice other things too. Sometimes the cabin creaked and groaned at night, but not in the way old structures typically do. These sounds were rhythmic, almost deliberate. When I went to investigate, I found nothing, but the air felt different. Heavier, charged with a presence I couldn't see but could definitely feel. On the 5th night, the temperature dropped unexpectedly. A strange fog rolled in from the woods, creeping across the clearing like ghostly fingers reaching for the cabin. I sat by the window, watching it swirl and dance in the moonlight, forming shapes that seemed almost human before dissolving back into mist. That was when I first heard the whispering. I had enough. On the 5th night, I went outside, rifle in hand, settling comfortably on the porch steps. There was no noise, no sound to indicate that the usual nocturnal critters were up and about. I shut all the lights off and waited for the creature that I knew would come. The fog had thickened, wrapping around the trees like a shroud. The forest beyond the clearing was a wall of impenetrable darkness. The moon, nearly full, cast an eerie glow that made the fog luminescent. I checked my rifle for the 10th time, making sure it was loaded and ready. Hours passed, and as 1 a.m. rolled around, I snapped myself out of a doze. The whispering had returned, faint but unmistakable. Words I couldn't quite make out, spoken in a voice that sounded disturbingly familiar. I strained to hear, to understand, but the words remained just beyond comprehension. Then I could hear something moving quietly out by the edge of the woods, where I could make out a figure skulking about, its features hidden in the shadows. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I was certain whatever was out there could hear it. My mouth went dry and my palms grew slick with sweat, making it difficult to maintain my grip on the rifle. The figure moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes dropping to all 4s. It circled the clearing, staying just at the edge of visibility. I raised the rifle, trying to get it in my sights, but it moved too erratically, too quickly. As the animal drew closer, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief because there stood Joseph, my supposedly dead grandpa. He wasn't wearing any clothes. He paused mid-step, his head slowly turning to face me, probably hearing me gasp from shock. Grandpa looked sickly, with skin pale and ribs visible. He was bald now, his once robust beard and hair gone. "Grandpa," I called out. I could hear the quiver in my own voice, and my hands were shaking from terror. The rifle had fallen to my lap, nearly forgotten in the intensity of seeing my presumably dead grandfather. I'd been so convinced that what I was about to see would be that antlered creature that I saw years ago, the one I knew killed Joseph. But I never considered once that my grandpa was still alive. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Come inside." Tears were streaming down my cheeks. I didn't care what my grandfather had been doing this whole time or why he was out there. All I cared about was that he was still alive. I wanted to hug him again. "You stupid boy. It's too late." His voice barely sounded human anymore. His voice came out all wrong, like someone trying to remember how to speak after years of silence. The words were formed correctly, but the cadence, the tone, everything was off. And before I could respond, Grandpa was bounding into the woods on all fours. He was gone in the blink of an eye, the bushes hardly swaying where he had passed through. The woods remained as eerily silent as they had been before, even though my grandfather's retreat should have made a large amount of noise. Not a second later, a low growl came from behind me, the sound reverberating off the cabin walls. A massive creature, the one that I remembered, approached from the side of the cabin. Within seconds, it became clear to me that it wasn't a human or an animal, unless someone was wearing an amazing and terrifying costume. The creature was every bit as surreal as I remembered. Long, pale limbs sprouted from an emaciated torso. An ivory deer skull shined in what little moonlight managed to bleed out through the clouds. It was wearing ragged old buckskin leggings and had beads around its neck. I could not see its eyes, though, but I knew without a doubt that if it had any, it was staring directly at me. I knew not whether it was a creature from native folklore or something else, but it didn't matter. It was here. Before I could take in any more detail, the creature began to laugh, a guttural sound that echoed in my head hauntingly. It was laughing so hard at me that it nearly doubled over. I realized that its limbs were able to wrap around its body almost twice. I raised my rifle, firing several times at it point blank, all of those rounds lodging firmly into the creature's neck and torso. The being looked down at its new piercings. Then, without a problem, almost comfortably, it began to dig out the bullets at an unhurried pace. It dropped them onto the ground like a child plucking flower petals, and it seemed to sigh in irritation as it dug out the final one. "Do you think your grandfather tried the same thing?" The voice that emerged from beneath the skull was deep and resonant, with an accent I couldn't place, ancient and yet modern at the same time. He did, many times, until he realized there were better ways to survive. It just spoke. What was going on? What did this thing want? Did Grandpa always know about this horrendous-looking thing? My head began to ache with the strain of trying to understand all this. It seemed as though it was annoyed by the bullets. It then lifted its claw and pointed it at the cabin. "You don't belong here. This place has been claimed. Leave while you still have the option. Go," was all I could get out in reply to this thing speaking to me. I blinked profusely, and the next thing I knew, the monster was gone, and standing there was Bennett, my Grandpa Joseph's best friend. Bennett had been around as long as I could remember, and had always been a kind old man. He supposedly lived on the other side of the mountain. Even though I'd never actually seen his house, let alone been to it, Bennett just always sort of appeared out of nowhere, often startling us so badly that we had almost shot him a few times. "What in tarnation you doing out here, whippersnapper?" "Am I dreaming?" I managed to stammer, still gripping the rifle, though I'd lowered it. "No, you're not dreaming. but you need to get inside before that thing comes back. That thing that looks like your granddaddy." I was shaking so tremendously from fear that I could barely move my limbs at the time, but I managed to navigate the steps. I'm not entirely sure why I obeyed Bennett after seeing that thing, but after seeing Bennett's familiar face, there was something calming about it, making this insane situation more easily dealt with. Once inside, Bennett bolted the door and drew all the curtains. He moved with a familiarity that suggested he'd been in the cabin many times before. Without asking, he went to a specific floorboard near the fireplace, pried it up, and pulled out a bottle of bourbon and 2 glasses. "Your granddaddy and I kept this for emergencies," he said, pouring generous amounts into both glasses. His hands were steady, but I noticed deep scars across his knuckles and forearms. "Drink. You need it." I downed the bourbon in one gulp, welcoming the burning sensation. What was that thing? And why did it look like my grandfather? Bennett sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his 70-something years. "That wasn't your grandfather, that thing. It takes forms that will affect you the most, makes you hesitate, makes you vulnerable. But what is it? Some folks around these parts have names for it. Old names. But names don't matter much when you're face to face with it." Bennett refilled my glass. "What matters is that it's been here a long time. Long before your grandfather bought this land. Long before anyone settled here. You've seen it before. Many times." Bennett rolled up his sleeve to reveal a twisted scar that ran from wrist to elbow. "Got this the first time back in '82. Your grandfather saved my life that night." "Is that why he always had a shotgun by the door? Even when we were just fishing?" Bennett nodded. "Joseph never took chances after our first encounter. He knew what was out there. But the newspaper said he was killed by a bear." A bitter laugh escaped Bennett's lips. "That's what the authorities put down. Easier that way. No one wants to admit there's something in these woods that can't be explained, can't be hunted, can't be stopped." I felt a cold dread settling in my stomach. If bullets don't work, how do you fight it? You don't. Bennett's eyes met mine, and I saw genuine fear there. You survive. You learn its patterns. You make accommodations. Accommodations? What does that mean? Bennett looked away. Your grandfather made a deal. That's why he was able to live here as long as he did. What kind of deal? But Bennett shook his head. That's not for me to say. Joseph took that to his grave. But I do know this. That thing out there, it's coming back, and it wants something from you now. I couldn't sleep that night. Bennett took the couch, his snores filling the cabin with a comforting human sound. I sat by the window, watching the woods, jumping at every shadow and sound. By morning, I was exhausted, but determined to understand what was happening. Over a breakfast of strong coffee and bacon, Bennett told me what he knew about the history of the area. The land had belonged to a logging company in the 1950s, but operations had ceased after a series of unexplained accidents. Several workers had disappeared, others had suffered from delusions and violent outbursts. The company had eventually abandoned the site, selling off parcels to private buyers at ridiculously low prices. Your grandfather got this place for a song, Bennett said. He knew the stories, but he didn't believe them. Not at first. When did he start believing? The summer of '79. That's when he first saw it. He was clearing land for the cabin, and it came to him at dusk. Stood right where he was working and stared at him. He ran all the way to my place that night, white as a sheet, talking nonsense about a man with a deer's head. Bennett explained that over the years they had researched similar sightings in the area, going back to the earliest settlers. Even the native tribes had stories about the mountain and warned against settling here. They spoke of a being that guarded the land, that demanded respect and tribute. Your grandfather became obsessed with understanding it, Bennett continued. He collected every story, every account, spent years tracking its appearances, its behavior. And what did he learn? That it follows rules, has patterns. It's not random, not completely. There's a logic to it, even if it's not human logic. I thought about the claw marks, getting closer to the cabin each night. The animal bones arranged in patterns. The whispering that seemed to be trying to communicate something. You said my grandfather made a deal. What kind of deal could anyone make with something like that? Bennett's expression darkened. I don't know the specifics. Joseph stopped telling me everything after a while, but I know it involved sacrifices. Sacrifices? Like animals? At first. Bennett wouldn't meet my eyes. But things escalated over the years. Your grandfather changed, became secretive, started spending more and more time alone in the woods. A terrible thought occurred to me. Is that why he stopped inviting me up here? After that summer when I was 18. Bennett nodded slowly. He was protecting you. He told me once that he saw how that thing looked at you. Like it was interested. I remembered the last hunting trip with my grandfather. How jumpy he'd been. How he'd insisted I stay inside after dark. The argument we'd had when I'd wanted to go night fishing at the lake. And then, the night before we were supposed to leave, I'd seen something watching us from the tree line, something tall and thin with antlers silhouetted against the moon. Grandfather had hustled me into the truck the next morning, barely giving me time to pack. We'd never spoken of it, and he'd never invited me back. What happens now? I asked. You have two choices, Bennett said. Leave and never come back. Sell the land to someone who doesn't know any better. Or what? Or you learn to live with it. Make your own arrangement. That night, Bennett left. He claimed he needed to get back to his own place before dark, but I suspected he didn't want to be at the cabin when night fell. Before he left, he pressed something into my hand. A small leather pouch filled with herbs and what looked like small bones. Keep this with you, he said. It won't stop it, but it might buy you some time if things go bad. Alone in the cabin, I considered my options. Leaving seemed the obvious choice. I could go back to the city, find a new apartment, a new job, start fresh. But something kept me rooted there. A combination of stubbornness, curiosity, and a strange sense that running wouldn't solve anything. That thing had been interested in me for a decade. Who was to say it wouldn't follow? As night fell, I prepared myself. I placed Bennett's pouch around my neck. I positioned myself in the center of the main room, away from windows and doors. And I waited. The scratching started just after midnight. Gentle at first, almost tentative, at the back door. Then more insistent, moving to the windows, the walls, the roof. The whole cabin seemed to vibrate with the creature's presence. The temperature dropped dramatically, my breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. And then the whispering started again, but this time I could understand the words. Grandson of Joseph, inheritor of debts. We have business, you and I. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, inside my head and all around me. I clutched Bennett's pouch, trying to steady my breathing. What do you want? I managed to say, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. The same thing I wanted from your grandfather. The same thing I've always wanted. And what's that? A low, rumbling laugh that made the floorboards vibrate. Acknowledgement, respect, tribute. What kind of tribute? The scratching stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, I could hear my heart pounding. Come outside and we'll discuss terms. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to keep the barriers between myself and that thing intact. But I knew, somehow, that this moment had been inevitable since I first inherited the cabin. Perhaps even before that. Perhaps since that night 10 years ago, when it had first seen me. I moved to the door, my hand hovering over the knob. If I come out, we talk. Nothing more. Do you agree? Another laugh, softer this time. I agree to hear you. That is all I can promise. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. It was waiting for me, standing at the bottom of the steps. In the moonlight, it looked both more and less human than before. The deer skull seemed to float above the emaciated body, antlers reaching toward the stars like gnarled fingers. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in impossible directions. Joseph's blood, it said, the skull not moving but the voice clear in the night air. You have his stubbornness, his curiosity, his fear. What was your deal with my grandfather? Protection. For a price. What price? The creature tilted its head, an unnervingly human gesture on such an inhuman form. Animals, at first, then secrets, then stories. Your grandfather was a wonderful storyteller. He would sit right where you're standing now and tell me tales of the world beyond these woods, of history and wars and human follies. In exchange, I kept other dangers away from his home. Other dangers? Like what? These woods harbor many threats. Bears, mountain lions, men with darker intentions than mine. Your grandfather understood the value of my protection. I considered this. And when did the arrangement change? Bennett said things, escalated. The creature's posture shifted, becoming more rigid. Your grandfather grew old, forgetful. He began to forget our arrangement, to wander into parts of the woods that were forbidden to him, to challenge boundaries we had established. So you killed him. I claimed what was owed to me, it corrected, voice hardening. As is my right. Fear gave way to anger, hot and sharp in my chest. He was my grandfather. He was a trespasser who violated our covenant. The creature took a step closer. But you are not bound by his mistakes. We can establish new terms, more favorable ones, perhaps. What would you want from me? Company, it said simply. These woods are vast and empty. Eternity stretches long without conversation. That's all? Just talking to you? For now. Needs change with time. But yes, for now. Your presence. Your stories. Your acknowledgement that this land is as much mine as it is yours. I thought about Bennett's warnings, about my grandfather's fate, about the claw marks getting closer to the door each night. And if I refuse? The creature's form seemed to blur at the edges, stretching taller, its antlers scraping the lowest branches of the nearby pines. Then you will find these woods most unwelcoming, and the barriers of your cabin most insufficient. I needed to make myself think through this logically, despite the fear making my thoughts scatter like leaves in a windstorm. The creature wanted company, stories, recognition. Was that really so terrible a price for safety, for the chance to stay in my new home? But I remembered Bennett's scars, my grandfather's fate, the creature's admission that needs change with time. Any deal I made now might evolve into something darker, more demanding. Yet running seemed equally futile. This thing had fixated on me years ago, had perhaps been waiting for me to return, and it clearly had powers beyond my understanding. What was to stop it from following me if I fled? If I agree, I said slowly, there would be rules, boundaries, for both of us. The creature was motionless, but I sensed its attention sharpening. Speak your terms. You never enter the cabin without invitation. You never harm me or anyone who visits me. You protect the property from other threats, as you did for my grandfather. Acceptable. And in return? I took a deep breath. I'll talk with you. Share stories, news from beyond these woods. Acknowledge your connection to this land. Not enough, it said, voice rumbling like distant thunder. I require more tangible recognition. Like what? Offerings. Left at the edge of the woods each new moon. Nothing living, it added, seeing my expression. Food, trinkets, objects of interest from the world of men. It seemed a small price to pay for safety, for survival. Agreed. Then we have a covenant. The creature extended one long, clawed hand, sealed with a touch, as is tradition. Every fiber of my being revolted at the idea of touching that thing, but I forced myself forward, down the steps, until I stood before it. Slowly, I extended my hand. Its touch was not what I expected. Not cold or scaly or rough, but warm and dry, like sun-baked stone. The moment our hands met, a jolt of something like electricity ran up my arm, and images flashed through my mind. The forest as it had been centuries ago, millennia ago, the rise and fall of civilizations, the creature standing unchanged through it all, watching, waiting. And then it was over. The creature released my hand and stepped back. "The covenant is made," it said. "Sleep without fear tonight, grandson of Joseph. We will speak again soon." It turned and moved toward the tree line, its form seeming to elongate and thin as it went, until it was indistinguishable from the shadows between the trees. I returned to the cabin, locked the door out of habit rather than necessity, and collapsed onto the couch. My hand still tingled where it had touched me, and my mind buzzed with the echoes of those ancient visions. I needed to make some decisions about this place, about how I would honor this strange arrangement while protecting myself from its potential evolution, about what I would tell Bennett, or anyone else who asked why I chose to stay in a place with such a dark history. But those were concerns for tomorrow. Tonight, for the first time since arriving at the cabin, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, undisturbed by scratching or whispering or the weight of watching eyes. In the morning, I found a small, intricately carved wooden figure on the porch steps. A man with a deer's head, arms outstretched in what might have been a gesture of welcome or warning. A reminder of our covenant. I placed it on the mantel, where my grandfather had kept his most treasured possessions, where it would be visible to anyone who visited. A conversation piece, perhaps. A way to share the story of the cabin and its guardian without revealing too much. After all, who would believe me if I told the whole truth? Some stories are better left as mysteries, shared only with those who already understand the strangeness that lurks at the edges of our world. But sometimes, on nights when the moon is full and the forest is too quiet, I wonder if I made the right choice. If the price of staying will eventually grow too steep. If my grandfather tried to warn me in his way by keeping me away from this place after that long-ago summer. And sometimes, when I sit on the porch telling stories to the darkness, I imagine I see my grandfather's face behind that ivory skull, listening, waiting, judging my choices against his own. "3 years have passed since that nightmare, but I still wake up in cold sweats, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was 13 then, just a skinny kid who thought the worst thing that could happen in the woods was getting lost or maybe encountering a bear. How wrong I was. It was late October 2022 when Grandpa Eugene and I made our way up the winding dirt road to his hunting cabin. The autumn air bit at my cheeks through the open truck window, carrying the earthy scent of decomposing leaves and something else. Something that made my stomach clench without understanding why. The trees pressed in on both sides of the narrow path, their bare branches reaching across like skeletal fingers trying to snare our vehicle. Grandpa Eugene had been taking me to this remote cabin since I was 8 years old. It sat nestled in a valley about 40 miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a treacherous dirt road that wound through dense forest for nearly 6 miles. No cell phone service, no electricity except for a small generator, and no neighbors for miles in any direction. Just us, the wilderness, and whatever lurked in those shadowy depths between the trees. The cabin itself was a modest 2-story structure built from rough-hewn logs, weathered gray by decades of harsh mountain winters. A wide front porch wrapped around 2 sides, its floorboards creaking ominously under even the lightest footstep. The windows were small and deep-set, giving the place an almost squinting appearance, as if it were perpetually suspicious of its surroundings. As we unloaded our supplies, I noticed how the silence seemed different this time. Usually the forest buzzed with the subtle sounds of wildlife. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, the distant rustle of deer moving through underbrush. But now, as evening shadows began to stretch across the clearing, everything felt muted, oppressive. Even the wind seemed reluctant to stir the branches above our heads. "Storm coming in tomorrow night," Grandpa Eugene said, hefting a cooler full of food up the porch steps. His weathered face was creased with concentration, but I caught something else in his expression, a flicker of unease that he tried to hide behind his usual gruff demeanor. "Might be our last trip up here before winter sets in proper." I helped carry our gear inside, the familiar smell of wood smoke and old leather greeting us. The cabin's interior was cramped but cozy, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall and a narrow staircase leading to the loft where Grandpa Eugene slept. I always took the old couch downstairs, partly because I liked being close to the warmth of the dying embers, but mostly because my chronic insomnia made it easier to get up and move around without disturbing anyone. That first night passed without incident, though I found myself lying awake longer than usual, listening to the subtle sounds of the cabin settling around us. Old wood creaked and groaned as temperatures dropped, and somewhere in the walls, mice scurried through hidden passages. But it was the spaces between these familiar sounds that bothered me, moments of absolute silence that felt too heavy, too deliberate. Around 3 in the morning, I finally drifted off to an uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with vague impressions of movement in the darkness beyond the windows, as if something was circling the cabin just beyond the reach of moonlight. The next morning dawned gray and oppressive, with low clouds hanging like a burial shroud over the surrounding peaks. I woke with a headache and the lingering taste of fear in my mouth, though I couldn't remember why. Grandpa Eugene was already up, stoking the fire and preparing coffee in his battered metal pot. "Sleep all right?" he asked, not looking up from his task. "Fine," I lied, rubbing the grit from my eyes. The truth was, I felt like I'd been running all night, my muscles tense and my nerves frayed. After a breakfast of eggs and bacon cooked over the open fire, Grandpa Eugene announced that we needed fresh water from the old well. The cabin's pump had given out 2 summers ago, and he'd never bothered to fix it, preferring to haul water from the hand-dug well about a quarter mile through the trees. "Take the big jug," he said, pointing to a 5-gallon container by the door. "And don't dawdle. Weather's turning, and I want to get some firewood split before it starts coming down." The path to the well was little more than a deer trail, winding through thick stands of pine and oak. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground in shades of rust and amber, muffling my footsteps but creating the illusion that every small sound was magnified in the heavy air. Broken branches littered the way, some freshly snapped, their exposed wood pale as bone. The well itself sat in a small clearing, its stone walls rising about 3 feet above ground level. A rusty hand pump stood guard beside it, requiring significant effort to bring up the sweet cold water from 60 feet below. As I worked the pump handle, my shoulders burning with the effort, I became gradually aware of a feeling that made my scalp tingle with unease. I was being watched. The sensation started as nothing more than a vague discomfort, like an itch I couldn't locate. But as I continued pumping, filling the heavy jug drop by precious drop, the feeling intensified until it became an almost physical presence pressing against my back. My hands began to shake, making it difficult to maintain my grip on the pump handle. I forced myself to continue with my task, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild in the isolated setting. But when the jug was finally full and I could no longer ignore the crawling sensation between my shoulder blades, I straightened up and slowly turned around. There, on the hillside about 50 yards away, stood a figure. At that distance, details were impossible to make out clearly, but the silhouette was unmistakably human, tall, lean, and absolutely motionless. What struck me most forcibly was the clothing, where every hunter or hiker I'd ever encountered in these woods wore bright orange safety gear or earth-toned camouflage. This figure was dressed entirely in black. The dark clothing made him nearly invisible against the shadowed trees, a living void in the autumn landscape. For several long seconds, we regarded each other across the clearing. I felt my heart rate accelerate, pumping blood through my ears with such force that it drowned out all other sound. My mouth went dry, and I had to resist the urge to drop the heavy water jug and run. Then, without warning, the figure began to move. He didn't walk down the hill toward me, which somehow would have been less terrifying. Instead, he began a slow, deliberate traverse along the hillside, maintaining his elevation but gradually working his way around the perimeter of the clearing. His movements were fluid, predatory, like a wolf circling its prey. I grabbed the water jug with both hands, the weight of it making my arms shake with more than just exertion. Without taking my eyes off the figure, I began backing toward the trail that would lead me home. The stranger continued his circuit, always staying the same distance away, always keeping me in sight. When I reached the trailhead, I turned and hurried back toward the cabin as fast as the heavy jug would allow. Behind me, I heard no pursuit, no breaking branches or rustling leaves. But that absence of sound was somehow worse than any noise would have been. It meant he was good at moving quietly through the forest, skilled in ways that made my amateur stumbling seem pitiful by comparison. By the time I reached the cabin, my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool air. Grandpa Eugene looked up from the pile of firewood he'd been splitting, taking in my flushed face and shaking hands. "What's got into you, boy? Look like you've seen a ghost." "There's someone out there," I gasped, setting the water jug down with a heavy thud. By the well. A man in black clothes just standing there watching me. Grandpa Eugene drove the axe head deep into the chopping block and straightened up, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his sleeve. His gray eyes, usually warm with humor, sharpened as he studied my face. "Probably just another hunter passing through," he said, but I caught the slight tension in his voice. "Lots of folks use these old trails, even if they're not supposed to. Nothing to worry about." "But he wasn't hunting," I insisted. "He didn't have a gun, and he was wearing all black. Who hunts in black clothes?" And he was just watching me, following me around the clearing. Grandpa Eugene's weathered hands absently adjusted his grip on the axe handle. "These woods make sounds carry funny sometimes. Makes your imagination run wild, too. Been happening to hunters for generations." Despite his reassuring words, he spent the rest of the morning staying close to the cabin, abandoning his plan to scout for deer sign or check his old hunting spots. Instead, he busied himself with maintenance tasks, cleaning his rifle, checking the action on his shotgun, inventorying our food supplies with unusual care. As afternoon stretched toward evening, I found myself constantly drawn to the windows, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The stranger's image was burned into my memory. That tall, motionless silhouette against the dark trees. The sense of malevolent intelligence behind his observation. Every shadow seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. Every swaying branch could be concealing a human form. "I need to get more water for cooking," Grandpa Eugene announced as the sun began its descent toward the western peaks. "Well's the only source we've got." "I'll come with you," I said quickly. He shook his head. "Two people make too much noise. Besides, I want you to stay here and keep an eye on things." "What things?" The question came out sharper than I intended. "Just things," he replied, checking the load in his pistol before sliding it into the holster on his belt. "Probably nothing, but better safe than sorry." I watched through the front window as he disappeared into the trees, my anxiety building with each minute that passed. The forest seemed to swallow him completely, offering no glimpse of his progress or any sign that he was still moving safely through the undergrowth. Time crawled by with excruciating slowness, marked only by the gradual deepening of shadows across the clearing. When he finally returned, carrying a full water container, his face was grim. "Find anything?" I asked. "Boot prints around the well," he said simply. "Fresh ones. Size 11 or 12. Deep tread like hiking boots. Been there since this morning, maybe earlier." The revelation sent ice through my veins. So he was really there. He was really there, Grandpa Eugene confirmed. Question is, what's he doing way out here? Nearest trail is 5 miles east and there's no hunting lease on this land. No reason for anyone to be wandering around unless... He didn't finish the sentence, but I could fill in the blank. Unless he was here for a reason that had nothing to do with hunting or hiking. Unless he was here because of us. As darkness began to fall, Grandpa Eugene made a thorough check of the cabin's security. He tested the locks on both doors, made sure all windows were securely latched, and positioned his rifle within easy reach of his sleeping area upstairs. The normalcy of our evening routine, cooking dinner over the fire, playing cards by lamplight, preparing for bed, felt forced, brittle, as if we were both trying too hard to pretend everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. Even Grandpa Eugene, with his decades of wilderness experience and natural skepticism, had been disturbed by what he'd found at the well. His usual easy confidence was replaced by a watchful tension that made my own anxiety spike higher. Around 9 o'clock, he announced he was going to bed early. "You should try to get some sleep too," he suggested, though we both knew my insomnia made that unlikely. "Long day tomorrow, and we need to be sharp." I settled onto the couch with a book, but the words blurred together meaninglessly. Every small sound from outside, a branch scraping against the roof, an owl calling in the distance, the whisper of wind through pine needles, made me jolt with nervous energy. The darkness beyond the windows was absolute, impenetrable, hiding whatever might be moving through it. At some point during the long, sleepless hours that followed, I began to understand that this was exactly what our watcher wanted. Not necessarily to harm us, at least not yet, but to rob us of peace, to make us jump at shadows, to transform our refuge into a prison of fear. And it was working. By midnight, my nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Every muscle in my body ached from constant tension, and my eyes burned from staring into the darkness beyond the cabin windows. I'd given up any pretense of reading and was lying on the couch, clutching my phone like a lifeline, even though it had no signal this deep in the mountains. The silence outside was complete and unnatural. No night birds called, no small animals rustled through the underbrush, no insects hummed their usual nocturnal chorus. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on the familiar sounds of the cabin, the whisper of cooling wood, the soft settling of old timbers, the distant sound of Grandpa Eugene's breathing from the loft above. These gentle noises should have been comforting, but instead they only served to highlight the oppressive quiet that pressed against the walls like a living thing. That's when I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 slow, deliberate raps against the front door. My eyes snapped open, my heart instantly hammering so hard I was sure it would wake Grandpa Eugene. I lay frozen on the couch, every nerve ending screaming at me to run, to hide, to do anything except remain motionless in the darkness. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent. Each blow against the solid wood door seemed to reverberate through my chest, shaking something loose inside me that I'd never even known was there. This wasn't the quick, friendly rap of a lost hiker seeking help. This was patient, methodical. The sound of someone who knew exactly what they were doing and had all the time in the world to do it. I pressed my face into the couch cushions, squeezing my eyes shut and praying that whoever was out there would simply go away. But even through the fabric, I could hear my own ragged breathing, could feel the violent trembling that had taken over my entire body. The third series of knocks was different, harder, more aggressive. The door shook in its frame, and I heard the metal hinges creak under the assault. Whoever was out there was no longer content to simply announce their presence. They wanted in. Terror finally overcame paralysis. I rolled off the couch and crawled across the rough wooden floor, my knees scraping against splinters and nail heads. At the base of the stairs, I hauled myself upright and took the steps 3 at a time, no longer caring about the noise I was making. "Grandpa Eugene," I whispered urgently, shaking his shoulder. "Grandpa, Wake up! He came awake instantly, the reflexes of a lifetime outdoorsman kicking in. His hand went immediately to the pistol on his nightstand as his eyes focused on my terrified face. What is it? Someone's knocking on the door, I gasped. They've been doing it for the last few minutes. It's not normal knocking. It's like they're trying to... From below came another series of blows, harder than before. The entire cabin seemed to shake, and I heard something that made my blood freeze. The sound of the front door handle being tested, turned slowly one way and then the other. Grandpa Eugene was out of bed in one fluid motion, pulling on his boots and grabbing both his pistol and the heavy flashlight from beside his bed. His face was grim but focused, all traces of sleep banished by the threat outside our walls. "Stay up here," he commanded in a voice that brooked no argument. "Get in that corner, behind the dresser, and don't make a sound. If something happens to me, there's a window in the back wall. You climb out onto the roof and run for the truck. Keys are in my jeans pocket." "I don't want you to go down there," I whispered, but he was already moving toward the stairs. "Lock this door behind me," he said. "Don't open it for anyone except me, and don't open it unless you hear my voice saying your real name. If someone else tries to get you to open it, even if they sound like me, you keep it locked. Understand?" I nodded, though I wasn't sure I understood anything anymore. The rational world I'd known just hours earlier was crumbling around me, replaced by something dark and primitive where strangers knocked on doors in the middle of the night and grandfathers crept through their own homes with loaded guns. From downstairs came a new sound, not knocking, but scratching. Long, deliberate scrapes against the door, as if someone was dragging their fingernails along the wood. The sound raised goosebumps along my arms and made my teeth ache with sympathetic vibration. Grandpa Eugene paused at the top of the stairs, his weathered face set in hard lines. "Remember what I told you?" he said. Then he was gone, moving down the steps with surprising stealth for a man his age. I pressed my ear to the closed door, trying to track his movements below. I heard the soft whisper of his bare feet on wood, the faint creak of a floorboard near the front windows. Then nothing. The scratching stopped. For several long minutes, the silence was absolute. No sound from inside the cabin, no noise from the forest beyond. Even my own breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the suffocating quiet. Then came a sound that nearly stopped my heart. The distinctive crack of Grandpa Eugene's pistol, shockingly loud in the confined space of the cabin. "Boy!" his voice boomed from below. "Get down here now. We're leaving." I fumbled with the door lock, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp the simple mechanism. When it finally clicked open, I stumbled onto the landing and practically fell down the steep stairs in my haste to reach Grandpa Eugene. He was standing near the front windows, his pistol still in his hand, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the darkness beyond the glass. His face was pale but determined, and I could see a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the cool night air. "What happened?" I gasped. "What did you shoot at?" "Saw him at the window," Grandpa Eugene said grimly. Face pressed right up against the glass, staring in. When I turned on the light, he didn't even flinch. Just kept looking at us like we were fish in a bowl. The image sent fresh waves of terror coursing through me. The idea of that dark figure standing just feet away, separated from us by nothing but a thin pane of glass, made my stomach lurch with nausea. "Did you hit him?" "Don't know. He dropped down below the window frame when I fired, but I can't tell if it was from being hit or just taking cover." He moved to the front door, checking the heavy bolt lock. "But I'll tell you what, I put a round right through that window. If he was smart, he's running for the next county by now." Despite his confident words, I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes kept darting to the darkened windows, as if expecting that pale face to reappear at any moment. "We can't stay here," I said, voicing what we both knew. "He knows we're in here and he's not going away." Grandpa Eugene nodded. "Get your shoes and jacket." We're getting in the truck and driving straight to town. No stops, no looking back. I ran to where I'd left my boots by the door, pulling them on with fingers that felt thick and clumsy. My jacket was hanging on a peg near the fireplace, and as I reached for it, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood freeze. There, clearly visible in the soft ash that had spilled from the fireplace, was a boot print. Not one of ours. This print was larger, deeper, with a distinctive tread pattern that spoke of expensive hiking boots. Someone had been inside the cabin. "Grandpa," I whispered, pointing at the evidence with a trembling finger. He saw it immediately, his face going several shades paler. "How long ago did you last put wood on that fire?" "Before dinner, maybe 6 hours. "That print's fresh," he said. "Made while the ash was still soft from the heat. That means—" He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication hung in the air between us like a poisonous cloud. Our stalker had been inside the cabin while we slept, standing right here in our sanctuary, watching us. The knocking at the door had been a diversion, drawing Grandpa Eugene's attention to the front of the building, while the intruder moved freely through our temporary home. "How did he get in?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. Grandpa Eugene was already moving, checking windows and doors with methodical efficiency. At the back of the cabin, near the small kitchen area, he found what he was looking for: an open window, its screen carefully removed and set aside. The opening was just large enough for a determined person to squeeze through. "Professional," he muttered. Knew exactly what he was doing. Probably been watching this place for days, learning our routines. The word professional sent a new kind of fear through me. This wasn't some random crazy person or opportunistic criminal. This was someone with training, with skills, with a plan that we couldn't hope to understand or counter. "We need to go," I said urgently. "Right now." Grandpa Eugene grabbed his truck keys from the kitchen table and moved toward the front door. "Stay close to me," he instructed. "When I open this door, we move fast and direct to the truck. No hesitation, no looking around. Just get in and lock the doors." He positioned himself beside the door, pistol ready, flashlight beam focused on the latch mechanism. With his free hand, he slowly turned the deadbolt, the metallic click seeming to echo through the forest beyond. "Now," he whispered. We burst through the door like runners leaving starting blocks, crossing the front porch in 3 quick strides and leaping down into the clearing. The truck sat about 20 yards away, its familiar bulk a beacon of hope in the surrounding darkness. Halfway there, Grandpa Eugene's flashlight beam swept across something that made us both stumble. A trail of dark spots in the dirt, leading from the window where he'd fired his shot to the edge of the tree line. Blood. He had hit our stalker. But wounded animals were often more dangerous than healthy ones, and I had a terrible feeling that the same principle applied to wounded men. We reached the truck without incident, and I dove into the passenger seat while Grandpa Eugene slammed his door and immediately engaged the locks. The familiar smell of old leather and motor oil was overwhelmingly comforting after the sterile terror of the cabin. "Keys," he muttered, fumbling with the ignition. "Come on, start up." The engine turned over on the first try, and the headlights blazed to life, cutting through the darkness and illuminating the narrow dirt road that led back to civilization. Grandpa Eugene put the truck in drive and pressed the accelerator, gravel spraying behind us as we lurched forward. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe we were safe. The truck was solid, reliable, a steel cocoon that could carry us away from whatever madness had invaded our peaceful retreat. The speedometer needle climbed steadily as we gained momentum down the winding mountain road. Then the headlights caught something that made my heart stop. There, standing directly in the center of the road about 50 yards ahead, was our stalker. In the harsh glare of the headlights, I could see him clearly for the first time. He was tall and lean, probably in his 30s, with shoulder-length dark hair and a face that would have been unremarkable except for the eyes. Even at this distance, those eyes seemed to burn with an intensity that made me want to look away. He was indeed wounded. I could see dark stains on his left shoulder and arm where Grandpa Eugene's bullet had found its mark. But instead of fleeing or seeking medical attention, he had positioned himself squarely in our escape route, as if he'd known exactly where we would try to go. Most terrifying of all was what he held in his right hand. A large hunting knife, its blade catching the truck's headlights and throwing back cruel reflections. The weapon looked professional, military grade, designed for serious work. "What do we do?" I whispered, though speaking quietly seemed pointless when we were sitting behind several thousand pounds of steel and glass. Grandpa Eugene's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "He's betting I won't run him down," he said grimly. "Thinks I'm too civilized, too decent to commit vehicular homicide." "Are you?" The question hung in the air between us as our stalker began walking toward the truck. Not running, not charging, just walking with the patient confidence of someone who knew the outcome was inevitable. Each step brought him closer to our headlight beams, revealing more details I wished I couldn't see. His clothing was indeed all black. Military-style cargo pants, a long-sleeved tactical shirt, and boots that looked like they could kick through a concrete wall. Everything was functional, purposeful, chosen by someone who understood violence and how to deliver it efficiently. But it was his expression that truly terrified me. There was no anger there, no rage or passion, just a kind of cold calculation, as if he were working through a complex mathematical problem and we were simply variables in his equation. "He's not afraid of us," I realized aloud. "Even with the gun, even with the truck, he's not afraid." "That's what worries me," Grandpa Eugene admitted. "Man who's not afraid is either crazy or very, very good at what he does." The stalker was now close enough that I could see individual details of his face. The sharp cheekbones, the thin lips, the way his eyes never seemed to blink. He raised his left hand, the one not holding the knife, and made a simple gesture. Palm up, fingers beckoning. "Come here." "Oh God," I breathed. "He wants us to get out of the truck." Grandpa Eugene put the transmission in reverse. Like hell. The truck began backing up, but we'd only gone a few yards when the engine began to sputter and cough. Within seconds, it died completely, leaving us sitting in darkness with only the pale moonlight filtering through the forest canopy. "What happened?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Grandpa Eugene turned the key repeatedly, but the engine wouldn't even turn over. "Sugar in the gas tank, maybe. Or sand. Something to kill the engine." His voice was tight with controlled fear. "He's been planning this for a while." Our stalker had resumed his approach, no longer bothering to stay in the center of the road. Now he moved with purpose, angling toward the driver's side of the truck. In the faint moonlight, the blade of his knife seemed to glow with its own malevolent energy. "The gun," I said desperately. "Shoot him." Through the window? At night? What if I miss? Grandpa Eugene's military training was showing through his fear. He was thinking tactically, considering angles and consequences. And what if I don't? You want to be out here with a dead body and no way to contact the authorities? The stalker was now close enough to the truck that I could hear his boots crunching on the gravel. He moved with the fluid grace of someone completely comfortable in the darkness, as if he could see perfectly despite the minimal light. "The windows," I whispered. "Can he break them? These old trucks? Hell yes. Safety glass won't stop a determined man with the right tools." As if he'd heard us, the stalker stopped beside the driver's door and raised his knife, positioning the heavy pommel like a hammer. His eyes met Grandpa Eugene's through the glass, and I saw him mouth a single word. "Out." "Drive," I said urgently. "Even if the engine won't start, we can coast down the hill. Get enough momentum to—" My words were cut off by the sound of metal striking glass. The stalker had brought the knife's handle down against the window with calculated force, not enough to shatter it immediately, but sufficient to spiderweb the safety glass with cracks. He raised the knife again. Hold on, Grandpa Eugene said grimly, releasing the brake. The truck began rolling backward down the mountain road, gravity pulling us away from our attacker. But instead of trying to follow, the stalker simply stood there watching us go, his expression unchanged. Even in the fading light, I could see what might have been the hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Why isn't he chasing us?" I asked. "Because he knows something we don't," Grandpa Eugene replied, fighting to keep control of the heavy vehicle as it gained speed. Without power steering or power brakes, the truck was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. We'd rolled perhaps 100 yards when we found out what our stalker knew. The road ahead was blocked by a massive fallen tree, easily 4 feet in diameter, lying directly across our path. In the darkness, we hadn't seen it on our way up the mountain, but now it loomed like a wooden wall in our headlight beams. Grandpa Eugene stomped on the brake pedal, and the truck slewed sideways before coming to a stop mere feet from the fallen giant. The impact would have been devastating. "That didn't fall naturally," he said, studying the clean break where the tree had been severed from its stump. "Chainsaw work, recent too, you can still smell the sap." We were trapped, blocked ahead by the tree, blocked behind by a man with a knife who seemed to know our every move before we made it. The mountain road was barely wide enough for one vehicle, with steep drop-offs on one side and impenetrable forest on the other. There was nowhere to go. "The trees," I said suddenly. "We could get out and run into the forest, find somewhere to hide until morning." Grandpa Eugene shook his head. "That's his territory now. He's been out there for days, maybe weeks, knows every trail, every hiding spot. We'd be running blind while he hunts us with home field advantage." Behind us, I could see a faint light bobbing through the darkness, a flashlight moving steadily in our direction. Our stalker was finally coming for us, taking his time because he knew we had nowhere to go. "The CB radio," Grandpa Eugene said suddenly, reaching under the dashboard. "I forgot about the CB. Maybe someone's monitoring Channel 9. He flicked on the radio, and static filled the cab. "Mayday, mayday," he spoke into the microphone. "This is Eugene Patterson at Cabin 7, mile marker 15 on Forest Service Road 247. We have an emergency situation. Armed intruder, vehicle disabled. Request immediate assistance." Nothing but static answered him. "Mayday, any station, any station. We have a life-threatening emergency at..." The radio went dead. Not just quiet, completely silent, as if someone had cut the power cord. Grandpa Eugene checked the connections, tried different channels, even tested the power supply. Nothing. "He's jammed it somehow," he said in disbelief. "Or maybe cut our antenna cable while we were in the cabin." The flashlight behind us was getting closer. I could now make out the silhouette of our stalker moving with unhurried confidence down the mountain road. He knew we were trapped, knew we had exhausted our options. Now he was simply taking his time, savoring our desperation. "What does he want?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "I don't think he wants anything," Grandpa Eugene replied quietly. "I think this is what he wants. The hunt, the fear, the feeling of being in complete control of other people's lives." The implications of that statement hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a robbery or a kidnapping or any crime with rational motives. This was something much worse. A predator who killed for the pure enjoyment of killing, who had chosen us as his prey simply because we'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. "We have to fight," I said, surprised by the strength in my own voice. "Even if we can't win, we have to try." Grandpa Eugene looked at me with something that might have been pride mixed with profound sadness. "You're right, but we're going to be smart about it. This man is dangerous, but he's also wounded and working alone. If we can separate him from his advantages..." He began checking his weapons, the pistol, a folding knife from his pocket, even the heavy flashlight that could serve as a club. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. "When he gets close enough," Grandpa Eugene continued, "I'm going to get out of the truck and face him." While he's focused on me, you slip out the passenger side and run for the trees. Don't try to be a hero. Just run and keep running until you find help. I'm not leaving you alone with him. You're 13 years old, and this isn't a debate. His voice carried the authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed. Your job is to survive and get help. My job is to make sure you have that chance. The stalker was now close enough that we could hear his footsteps on the gravel road. He was in no hurry, taking time to examine the truck, perhaps planning his next move. The beam of his flashlight played across our rear window, and I caught a glimpse of that same cold smile. "Get ready," Grandpa Eugene whispered, his hand on the door handle. Grandpa Eugene stepped out of the truck with his pistol raised, his voice carrying the authority of his military training. "That's far enough," he called out. "I'm armed, and I will use this weapon to defend myself and my grandson." The stalker stopped about 20 feet away, his flashlight beam now pointed directly at Grandpa Eugene's face. In the harsh white light, my grandfather looked older than his 68 years, but his hands were steady and his stance was solid. "You shot me," the stalker said, and his voice was exactly what I'd expected, calm, cultured, completely without emotion. He might have been commenting on the weather. "Should have aimed better," Grandpa Eugene replied. "What do you want?" "Want?" The stalker seemed to consider the question seriously. "I want to see how this ends. I want to know if you'll really pull that trigger when it counts. I want to understand what you'll do when you realize that gun can't save you. Try me." Instead of advancing, the stalker began moving in a slow circle around the truck, forcing Grandpa Eugene to turn to keep him in sight. It was a smart tactic. It kept my grandfather moving, prevented him from establishing a solid shooting position, and gradually worked the stalker around to where he'd have access to both doors of the truck. "You know what's interesting about fear?" The stalker continued his casual conversation as he moved. "Most people think it's about the threat of death, but it's not. Death is actually quite peaceful. Fear is about the loss of control, the understanding that all your plans and preparations mean nothing when faced with someone who doesn't follow the rules." I watched this deadly dance through the truck's windows, my heart hammering so hard I was sure both men could hear it. The stalker was now moving past the front of the truck, bringing him closer to the passenger side where I sat frozen in terror. "The boy," the stalker said suddenly, his flashlight beam swinging toward my window. "He's been very quiet. Is he praying, crying, planning something heroic?" "Leave him out of this," Grandpa Eugene said sharply. "Oh, but he's the whole point," the stalker replied, now directly in front of the truck. "You see, killing adults is mundane. They've had time to accept their mortality, to make peace with death. But children still believe they're immortal. The terror in their eyes when they realize the truth is absolutely exquisite." That was when I understood with crystalline clarity that we were both going to die. This wasn't a robbery or a kidnapping or any crime with rational limits. This was a predator who had chosen us for entertainment, who would draw out our suffering for as long as possible before finally ending it. But understanding brought its own kind of strength. If death was inevitable, then I had nothing left to lose by fighting back. While the stalker was focused on his conversation with Grandpa Eugene, I quietly opened the passenger door and slipped out of the truck. The gravel crunched softly under my feet, but the sound was masked by the men's voices. Moving with more stealth than I'd known I possessed, I crept around the back of the truck toward the rear of our stalker. He was still talking, still playing his psychological games, completely unaware that his prey had begun stalking him. "The thing about fear," he was saying, "is that it makes people predictable. Right now, you're calculating distances, wondering if you can get a clear shot before I reach the boy. You're thinking like a soldier instead of thinking like a predator." I was now close enough to smell him, sweat, blood from his wound, and something else that reminded me of dead leaves. In his left hand he held the flashlight. In his right, that terrible knife. But he was focused entirely forward, on Grandpa Eugene and the truck. "What you don't understand," the stalker continued, is that I've been planning this for weeks. I know this road, these trees, the exact distance from your cabin to the nearest help. I know that your CB radio won't work because I cut the antenna cable 3 days ago. I know that your truck won't start because I put sand in the gas tank while you were sleeping last night. 3 more steps. I could see the fresh blood on his shoulder where Grandpa Eugene's bullet had torn through fabric and flesh. Could see the way he favored that arm, keeping most of his weight on his right side. What you really don't understand, the stalker said, raising his knife, is that I've killed 12 people in the last 2 years and no one has ever... I hit him from behind with every ounce of strength in my 13-year-old body, driving my shoulder into his wounded arm. He screamed, the first real emotion I'd heard from him, and the knife went flying into the darkness. "Now!" I shouted to Grandpa Eugene. The pistol crack was deafening in the mountain silence. The stalker jerked backward, clutching his chest, his flashlight spiraling away to smash against a tree trunk. For a moment, he stood swaying in the moonlight, his face expressing something that might have been surprise. Then he fell. Grandpa Eugene was beside me in seconds, his arms wrapping around me in a fierce embrace that smelled of gunpowder and fear sweat. "Are you hurt?" he demanded. "Did he touch you?" "I'm okay," I managed, though I was shaking so violently I could barely stand. Together, we stood over the body of our stalker. In death, he looked smaller, less threatening, just a man who had made the fatal mistake of underestimating his prey. The wound in his chest was directly over his heart. Grandpa Eugene's aim had been perfect. "We need to get out of here," he said after checking for a pulse. "Find a way around that tree, get to town, call the police." It took us 4 hours of hiking through rough terrain to reach the nearest ranger station. By then the sun was rising, painting the mountains in shades of gold and pink that seemed impossible after the horrors of the night. The police investigation revealed that our stalker had indeed been responsible for multiple murders across 3 states, all of them families or individuals camping in remote areas. His truck, hidden 2 miles from our cabin, contained trophies from his victims, jewelry, photographs, personal items that told the story of lives cut short for no reason other than one man's twisted need for power. We never went back to the cabin. Grandpa Eugene sold it to the State Forestry Service, and they turned it into a ranger station. Sometimes I wonder if the new occupants ever sense the echoes of that terrible night, if they ever wake to the sound of footsteps on the front porch or catch glimpses of movement in the tree line. 3 years have passed, but I still start awake sometimes in the early hours of the morning, my heart racing with remembered terror. The doctors say the nightmares will fade with time, but some experiences carve themselves so deeply into memory that they become part of who you are. I learned that night that evil exists in the world, that there are people who kill for pleasure rather than profit or passion. But I also learned that ordinary people, a grandfather and his grandson, can find extraordinary courage when faced with the unthinkable. And sometimes, when the darkness seems overwhelming, I remember that we won. Against impossible odds, with nothing but determination and love for each other, we survived. We fought back. We made it home. That has to count for something. I spend most of my free time hiking through untamed wilderness, just me and the raw beauty of nature. There's something profoundly satisfying about being completely alone with the natural world, undisturbed, pure, authentic. When my wife Helen had to relocate for her new position at the regional medical center, she convinced me that our move would be perfect. A small cottage nestled on the outskirts of town, with direct access to thousands of acres of pristine forest just waiting to be explored. We never wanted children. Both of us were content with our 3 cats, Midnight, Whiskers, and Patches. They were our family, our responsibility, our joy. Moving with pets had always been a challenge, and I'm embarrassed to admit we'd left a trail of confused new homeowners across the country, each inheriting cats who simply refuse to adapt to change. After nearly 4 weeks of unpacking and settling into our new place, I finally felt ready to tackle the wilderness that had been calling to me since we arrived. The morning of September 15th, 2023, I woke before dawn with an excitement I hadn't felt in months. Helen could see the anticipation radiating from me as I puttered around the kitchen, checking and rechecking my hiking gear. She watched with amusement as I organized my backpack for the third time, testing the weight distribution and ensuring every essential item was accounted for. "Water?" she asked, running through our usual pre-hike checklist. "2 full bottles plus purification tablets," I confirmed. "Food?" "Energy bars, trail mix, and a sandwich for lunch." "First aid kit?" "Bandages, antiseptic, pain relievers, emergency whistle, everything's there." She nodded toward the locked cabinet in our bedroom. "What about protection?" I patted the holster on my left hip. The weight of the .38 revolver felt reassuring against my side. Helen had never been comfortable with firearms, and I understood her concerns completely. But hiking alone in unfamiliar territory demanded certain precautions. Wild animals, dangerous terrain, potential encounters with unsavory individuals. The wilderness held beauty and peril in equal measure. "Weather forecast still looking good?" she asked, wrapping her arms around my waist from behind. "Clear skies, mild temperatures, light winds, perfect conditions." I turned in her embrace and smiled. "Don't worry, Helen. This isn't my first adventure into the unknown." It was a small tradition between us, that reassuring phrase. Helen had never shared my passion for hiking. She despised sweating, couldn't tolerate insects, and found extended walking tedious. I considered myself fortunate that my primary vice involved fresh air and exercise rather than alcohol, gambling, or expensive hobbies. Deep down, I suspected she hoped I'd eventually find a hiking companion in our new town, someone to share these expeditions so she wouldn't feel obligated to join me. After kissing Helen goodbye as she prepared for another demanding day at the medical center, I loaded my gear into our sedan and began the 40-minute drive to Cascade Ridge National Forest. The journey took me through winding country roads, past farmhouses and rolling hills that gradually gave way to dense woodland. As I climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew cooler and crisper, carrying the rich scent of pine and earth. The parking area at the trailhead was nearly deserted when I arrived just after 8 a.m. A young family was setting up a picnic at one of the wooden tables near the restrooms, their 2 small children racing around the playground equipment with boundless energy. An elderly couple sat on a bench, sharing coffee from a thermos and pointing toward different mountain peaks visible in the distance. I methodically checked my gear one final time, adjusting straps and testing buckles. The visitor center sat adjacent to the parking area, a rustic log structure that blended seamlessly with the forest surroundings. A park ranger emerged from the building as I shouldered my pack, raising his hand in a friendly wave. "Beautiful morning for a hike," he called out, his weathered face creasing into a genuine smile. "Couldn't ask for better conditions," I agreed, approaching the information board mounted near the visitor center entrance. The display showed detailed trail maps with routes color-coded by difficulty level. Each trail listing included estimated hiking times, elevation changes, terrain descriptions, and notes about local wildlife. I photographed the entire board with my phone, zooming in to capture crucial details clearly. The ranger approached with a printed trail map, which I accepted gratefully. "First time visiting Cascade Ridge?" he inquired. "Just moved to the area. I've been eager to explore these mountains since we arrived." "Welcome to the neighborhood," he said warmly. "Sounds like you have some hiking experience." "I've been doing this for about 8 years now. Started with day hikes and gradually worked up to multi-day backcountry trips." "Good to hear. Just remember to stick to the marked trails. We've had a few incidents this season with folks wandering off path and getting themselves turned around. The terrain can be deceptive, especially for newcomers." "Absolutely. I'll stay on the designated routes." "Have a safe hike," he said as I headed toward the trailhead. I selected the most challenging available route, the Ridgeline Trail, marked in black on the difficulty chart. The description promised steep ascents, rocky terrain, and spectacular panoramic views from the summit. The estimated round-trip time was 7 hours, which suited my plans perfectly. The trail would take me to an elevation of nearly 4,800 feet, offering breathtaking vistas of the valley and surrounding mountain ranges. The initial portion of the Ridgeline Trail wound gently through old-growth forest, following a well-maintained path marked with distinctive blue blazes painted on tree trunks every 50 yards. Towering pines and firs created a natural cathedral above me, their branches filtering the morning sunlight into shifting patterns of gold and shadow. The forest floor was carpeted with decades of fallen needles, creating a soft, springy surface that absorbed the sound of my footsteps. For the first hour, I encountered several other hikers, a group of college students heading out for a weekend camping trip, an older gentleman with professional photography equipment, and a woman walking her energetic border collie. We exchanged friendly greetings and brief conversations about trail conditions and weather expectations. The social interactions felt reassuring, a reminder that I wasn't entirely alone in this vast wilderness. As I climbed higher and the trail grew steeper, the encounters with other people became less frequent. The well-groomed path gradually gave way to rougher terrain, with exposed roots and loose rocks requiring more careful foot placement. My breathing deepened as the elevation gain demanded greater effort, but I maintained a steady, sustainable pace. 3 hours into the hike, I reached the first major waypoint, a small clearing with several designated camping sites, each marked with a metal fire ring and a wooden picnic table. A basic vault toilet had been constructed at the edge of the clearing, and a hand-pumped well provided access to groundwater. The entire area was deserted, which wasn't entirely surprising for a weekday in late September. I took advantage of the facilities, refilled my water bottles, and consumed half of my sandwich while studying the trail map. According to my calculations, I was making excellent time. The most challenging section, a steep switchbacking climb to the ridgeline, lay ahead. From there, it would be a relatively easy traverse to the summit overlook. The surrounding forest was alive with natural sounds. Birds called from the canopy overhead, their songs echoing through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker hammered rhythmically against dead timber. Occasionally, I heard rustling in the underbrush as small animals moved through their territory, probably squirrels or chipmunks gathering food for the approaching winter. After a 20-minute rest, I shouldered my pack and continued upward. The trail became increasingly challenging, requiring the use of my hands for balance as I scrambled over rocky outcroppings and navigated around fallen trees. My heart rate elevated, and sweat began to soak through my hiking shirt despite the cool mountain air. Another hour of steady climbing brought me to a dramatic viewpoint where the forest opened up, revealing the valley spread out far below. I could make out the town where Helen was working, the geometric patterns of agricultural fields, and the ribbon of highway that had brought me to the mountains. I paused to capture several photographs, including a selfie that I immediately sent to Helen with the message, "Reached the viewpoint. The climb was worth every step." My phone showed full signal strength, and Helen's response came through within minutes. "Gorgeous view. Be careful up there. Love you." I typed back quickly, "Always careful. See you tonight for dinner." As I continued toward the summit, the trail became less distinct. The blue blazes appeared less frequently, sometimes separated by distances that required careful searching to locate the next marker. The forest grew denser, with thick underbrush crowding close to the narrow path. Several times I had to push through tangles of thorny shrubs that caught at my clothing and scratched exposed skin. The wildlife sounds that had provided constant background noise throughout the morning gradually faded away. The absence of birdsong struck me as unusual, creating an unnatural silence that made every sound I generated. Footsteps, breathing, the rustle of my clothing, seem unnaturally loud and intrusive. During a moment of uncertainty about the trail direction, I noticed what appeared to be a shortcut, a narrow gap between two massive boulders that seemed to lead in the general direction I needed to travel. The official trail curved away to the left, adding what looked like an unnecessary detour around a steep hillside. Against my better judgment and the park ranger's explicit instructions to stay on marked paths, I decided to investigate the apparent shortcut. The gap between the boulders was just wide enough for me to squeeze through sideways, my backpack scraping against the rough granite surfaces. On the other side, I found myself in a small natural corridor formed by towering rock walls. The passage extended for perhaps 30 yards before opening into what appeared to be another section of forest. Just a quick look, I told myself. If it doesn't connect back to the main trail within a few minutes, I'll return to the marked path. The corridor led into a grove of trees unlike any I had encountered during the morning's hike. These were older, larger specimens with trunks so massive that 3 people holding hands couldn't encircle them. Their canopy was so dense that very little sunlight penetrated to ground level, creating an environment of perpetual twilight even though it was barely past noon. The temperature seemed to drop noticeably as I moved deeper into the grove. The air felt thick and humid, almost tropical, which made no sense given the mountain elevation and season. More disturbing was the complete absence of sound. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the branches overhead. The silence was so profound that it felt oppressive, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I checked my compass, a reliable backup navigation tool I always carried. The needle spun erratically, unable to find magnetic north. I tapped the instrument and tried again with the same result. Electronic devices could malfunction, but a simple magnetic compass shouldn't be affected by anything in a normal forest environment. Growing increasingly uncomfortable with the situation, I turned to retrace my steps back to the boulder passage. To my alarm, the narrow corridor I had just walked through was no longer visible. The grove appeared to extend in all directions, with no obvious exit point. Dense underbrush blocked most sightlines beyond a few dozen yards. Fighting down a surge of panic, I methodically began working my way around the perimeter of the grove, searching for the gap between the boulders. Every direction looked identical, towering trees, thick underbrush, and that unnatural twilight atmosphere. After 20 minutes of careful searching, I was forced to accept that I had somehow become disoriented in a way that defied logical explanation. I retrieved my phone to call for help, but the device showed no signal bars. More troubling, the GPS function couldn't acquire a satellite lock despite the fact that I was outdoors with a clear view of the sky through gaps in the canopy. The phone's compass app spun just as uselessly as my magnetic compass. Forcing myself to remain calm, I reviewed my options. The grove couldn't be infinitely large. If I picked a direction and walked in a straight line, I would eventually reach its edge and hopefully regain my bearings. I used my knife to mark trees as I passed them, carving small arrows to indicate my direction of travel and prevent walking in circles. For what felt like hours, I pushed through the dense forest, marking trees and maintaining what I believed to be a straight course. The light never changed, remaining at that dim twilight level regardless of what the actual time might be. My watch showed different times each time I checked it. First 2:30 p.m., then 11:15 a.m., then 6:45 p.m. The digital display seemed to be malfunctioning as badly as my other navigation equipment. Exhaustion was beginning to affect my judgment. My water supply was half depleted, and I had consumed most of my food during the extended hiking. More concerning was the psychological impact of being lost in such an abnormal environment. The persistent silence was wearing on my nerves, making me jump at every small sound I created. As afternoon wore on, or what I assumed was afternoon based on my deteriorating sense of time, I began to notice changes in my surroundings that couldn't be explained by fatigue or stress. Trees that I was certain I had marked with my knife appeared unmarked when I encountered them again. Paths that had been blocked by fallen logs or dense brush seemed to open up when I approached from different directions. Just as true desperation was beginning to set in, I stumbled into a large clearing that contained a sight both welcome and deeply unsettling. A log cabin surrounded by a tall chain-link fence topped with coils of razor wire. The structure appeared to be well maintained, with smoke rising from a stone chimney and warm light glowing through curtained windows. A generator hummed quietly somewhere behind the building, explaining the electric lights I could see. The fencing formed a perfect square approximately 100 yards on each side, with the cabin positioned in the center of the enclosed area. At each corner of the fence perimeter stood tall posts supporting powerful floodlights, currently switched off but obviously designed to illuminate the entire compound after dark. Multiple warning signs were attached to the fence at regular intervals. I approached close enough to read the signs. Most were official-looking metal placards: no trespassing, private property, authorized personnel only, and, warning, electrified fence. But scattered among these official warnings were handmade signs that were far more disturbing. Pieces of cardboard and cloth bore messages scrawled in what looked like brown paint or dried blood. Turn back now. They don't want you here. And most ominously, simply, don't. The temperature had been dropping steadily since I entered the strange grove, and now I was genuinely cold. My breath was beginning to form visible clouds in the increasingly frigid air, despite the fact that it had been a warm September morning when I started hiking. Looking up at the sky through the clearing, I could see heavy gray clouds gathering overhead, and the first few snowflakes were beginning to fall. Snow in September at this elevation wasn't impossible, but the rapid weather change was extremely unusual. I had checked the extended forecast carefully before leaving home, and no precipitation had been predicted for at least a week. Yet here I was, watching snowfall steadily increase in intensity. My phone still showed no signal, but I could see that I had several unread messages from Helen. The timestamps made no sense. Some appeared to be from hours in the future, others from dates that hadn't occurred yet. One message from Helen was particularly confusing. "Where are you? You were supposed to be home 2 hours ago. I'm starting to worry. According to my planned schedule, I shouldn't even be starting my descent for another 2 hours." Either my watch was malfunctioning badly, or something very strange was happening with time itself in this place. The snowfall was becoming heavy enough to create a genuine survival situation. My hiking clothes were suitable for cool weather, but not for a snowstorm. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and I could feel the early stages of hypothermia beginning to affect my thinking and coordination. Despite the ominous warning signs, the cabin represented the only available shelter in a potentially life-threatening situation. I had to make a choice between following the posted warnings and risking death from exposure. The decision wasn't really a choice at all. I found what appeared to be the main gate in the fence, a heavy metal door secured with multiple locks and deadbolts. To my surprise, the gate was slightly ajar, as if someone had recently passed through without properly securing it behind them. The gap was just wide enough for me to squeeze through sideways. The moment I stepped inside the fenced perimeter, several things became immediately apparent. First, the snow wasn't accumulating within the compound as heavily as it was outside the fence. Second, the air was noticeably warmer, creating an artificial microclimate around the cabin. Third, and most disturbing, I could see fresh footprints in the light snow. Human footprints that led from the gate directly to the cabin's front door. Someone else was here, or had been here very recently. The cabin's front door stood slightly open, revealing a warm, inviting interior lit by kerosene lamps and the glow from a stone fireplace. The sound of wood crackling in the fire was clearly audible, and I could smell the distinctive scent of burning pine. After hours in the cold, silent forest, these normal domestic sounds and smells were incredibly appealing. "Hello?" I called out, loudly enough to be heard inside the cabin. "Is anyone there? I'm a hiker who got lost in the storm. I need shelter." No response came from within the building. I called out again, explaining my situation in more detail, but received only silence in return. The footprints I had observed led directly to the front door, but there were no corresponding tracks leading away from the cabin. Whoever had made those prints was presumably still inside. The snowstorm was intensifying rapidly, and the temperature continued to plummet. Ice crystals were beginning to form on my eyelashes and facial hair. My fingers were becoming numb despite my insulated gloves, and I could feel the early warning signs of frostbite in my toes. Staying outside much longer would result in serious cold weather injuries or death. I approached the cabin cautiously, my right hand resting on the grip of my holstered revolver. The weapon felt awkward in that position. I was left-handed and normally carried it on my left hip for a natural cross-draw. Somehow, I had apparently moved it to my right side without remembering doing so, probably during one of my many gear adjustments while lost in the forest. "I'm coming in," I announced loudly. "I don't mean any harm. I just need to get out of this weather." I pushed the door open slowly and stepped across the threshold into warmth and light. The interior of the cabin was surprisingly spacious and well-appointed. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a robust fire burning brightly. Comfortable furniture was arranged around the room: a leather couch, several wooden chairs, and a dining table set for 2 people. Kerosene lamps provided adequate lighting, and I could hear the steady hum of a generator somewhere outside. What immediately struck me as odd was how pristine everything appeared. The dining table was set with clean plates, glasses, and silverware, as if someone was expecting guests for dinner. 2 coffee cups sat on the mantelpiece above the fireplace, still steaming as if they had just been filled. A kettle whistled softly on a wood-burning stove in the corner. Yet there was absolutely no sign of human occupancy. No coats hanging by the door, no personal items visible anywhere, no indication that anyone actually lived in this place. It felt more like a movie set or a museum display than a real home. I called out again, more insistently this time. "I know someone is here. I saw your footprints in the snow. I'm not looking for trouble, I just need shelter until this storm passes." The only response was the continued crackling of the fire and the soft whistle of the kettle. I moved further into the room, examining my surroundings more carefully. The cabin was constructed of solid log walls with thick wooden beams supporting the ceiling. Heavy curtains covered the windows, blocking any view of the outside. A hallway led toward what appeared to be a bedroom and bathroom in the back of the structure. On the dining table, partially hidden under some papers, I noticed a large-scale topographic map of the local area. Red X marks had been drawn at various locations throughout the forest, connected by lines in what appeared to be some kind of pattern or route. My hiking trail was clearly marked, along with several other popular routes used by recreational hikers. More disturbing were the notes written in the margins of the map. In neat handwriting, someone had documented dates, times, and what appeared to be descriptions of hikers. Male, 30s, red backpack, hiking alone, 912. Female, blonde hair, with dog, 9-8, and dozens of similar entries going back several months. At the bottom of the map, in different handwriting that looked more hurried and desperate, someone had written, "They watch from the trees. Stay inside after dark. Don't trust the voices. The fence won't keep them out forever." I spent several minutes studying the map and its disturbing annotations, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The systematic recording of hiker information suggested some kind of surveillance operation, but for what purpose? The panicked notes about watching eyes and voices implied something far more sinister than simple observation. My examination of the evidence was interrupted by a sound from outside, a low, rhythmic thumping like someone striking the side of a building with a heavy object. The sound came from the rear of the cabin, near where I had heard the generator running. I moved to the back window and carefully pulled aside the curtain to peer outside. The view through the window revealed the back portion of the fenced compound. In the failing light and swirling snow, I could make out several dark shapes moving along the fence line. At first, I assumed they were deer or other wildlife seeking shelter from the storm. But as I watched more carefully, their movement patterns were wrong for animals. They moved in perfect coordination, maintaining equal spacing between each figure, and their shapes were too upright, too human-like. The thumping sound continued, steady and deliberate. It wasn't random banging. It had the rhythm of a signal, like someone tapping out a code. As I watched, one of the figures near the fence raised what appeared to be a long stick or pole and struck the chain-link barrier. The metallic clang carried clearly through the storm, and I realized I had found the source of the rhythmic thumping. My blood pressure spiked as the implications of what I was seeing began to register. These weren't lost hikers seeking shelter. The coordinated movement, the deliberate signaling, the patient positioning around the compound, this was organized, purposeful behavior. I was not alone in this remote location, and whoever was outside had me surrounded. I let the curtain fall back into place and quickly moved away from the window. My mind raced through possible explanations and courses of action. The most rational part of my brain insisted there had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps researchers conducting some kind of wildlife study, or park rangers investigating reports of illegal activities in the forest. But the evidence didn't support benign explanations. The disturbing map annotations, the abandoned feeling cabin with its too perfect domestic setup, the systematic surveillance of hikers, and now the coordinated presence of multiple figures outside the fence. Everything pointed toward something far more threatening. I checked my phone again, hoping the electronic interference that had been blocking signals might have cleared. Still no service, and the device was displaying increasingly erratic behavior. The time jumped between different readings as I watched, and the battery indicator fluctuated wildly, despite being fully charged when I left home. The thumping outside ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of wind and the crackling fire. In the sudden quiet, I became aware of another sound. Soft footsteps moving around the exterior of the cabin. Not the heavy boots of hikers or workers, but something lighter, more stealthy. The footsteps circled the building slowly, pausing occasionally as if the walker was examining windows or doors. I drew my revolver and checked the cylinder. 6 rounds loaded with a speed loader in my pocket containing 6 more. 12 bullets against an unknown number of potential threats. The odds weren't encouraging, but at least I wasn't completely defenseless. The footsteps stopped directly outside the front door. I could hear breathing, slow, deliberate, controlled breathing like someone trying to remain perfectly quiet. The door handle began to turn with agonizing slowness, the metal mechanism creating barely audible clicks as it rotated. I took position behind the dining table, using it as cover while keeping my weapon trained on the entrance. My hands were steady despite the adrenaline flooding my system. Years of target practice and hunter safety training had ingrained proper firearm handling into muscle memory. The door opened just a few inches, and I could see a shadow in the gap. "I'm armed," I announced clearly. "If you come through that door uninvited, I will defend myself." The shadow froze for several seconds, then the door slowly closed again. The breathing sound faded as whoever was outside moved away from the entrance. But I could still hear the soft footsteps circling the building, now joined by additional sets of footsteps. More figures had arrived, or others who had been watching silently had begun to move. Over the next hour, as darkness fell completely and the snowstorm continued to rage, the activity outside the cabin intensified dramatically. The soft footsteps had been joined by other sounds, voices whispering in the distance, the occasional metallic clang of someone testing the fence, and what sounded like equipment being moved or positioned around the compound. I had barricaded the front door using the dining table and one of the wooden chairs. The back door leading from the kitchen was secured with a heavy wooden beam that appeared to have been installed specifically for that purpose. All the curtains were drawn tight, preventing anyone outside from seeing in while also blocking my view of their activities. The kerosene lamps provided adequate light for moving around inside the cabin, but I kept them turned down low to avoid creating obvious shadows that might reveal my position to watchers outside. The fire in the fireplace had burned down to glowing coals, and I didn't dare add more wood for fear that the increased light might be visible through gaps in the curtains. My phone had finally stopped working entirely. The screen remained black no matter what buttons I pressed, and the device wouldn't respond to any attempts to restart it. My watch had also ceased functioning, leaving me with no way to track the passage of time except by observing the gradual dimming of the fire. As I explored the cabin more thoroughly, searching for additional weapons or tools that might be useful, I made several disturbing discoveries. In the bedroom, I found a journal hidden beneath the mattress. The entries, written in the same neat handwriting as the map annotations, documented months of observations. Day 47, 3 more hikers today. The watchers are becoming bolder, approaching the fence line during daylight hours. Changed the warning signs again, but people keep ignoring them. Day 52. Found evidence of a camp about 2 miles north. Looked like someone had been there for several days before leaving suddenly. All their gear was abandoned, including a backpack with identification. Reported it to authorities, but they didn't seem concerned. Day 58. The pattern is becoming clear. They're drawn to isolated hikers, especially those who wander off the marked trails. The fence provides some protection, but not permanently. I need to find a way to get word to the outside world. Day 63. Last entry. They're testing the fence systematically now, looking for weak points. The generator is running low on fuel, and I won't be able to make another supply run. If someone finds this journal, know that the forest itself has been compromised. Don't trust your equipment, don't trust your senses, and whatever you do, don't go into the trees alone after dark. The journal entries painted a picture of someone who had been living in the cabin for an extended period, studying the same phenomena that had trapped me. The references to watchers and they were ominously vague, but the fear and desperation in the later entries were unmistakable. In the kitchen, I found a radio, an old-fashioned analog unit that didn't rely on digital technology. When I turned it on, static filled the air, but by carefully adjusting the tuner, I was able to pick up fragments of broadcasts. Most were routine communications between park rangers, dispatchers, and emergency services, but one transmission made my heart race. Search and rescue operation initiated for missing hiker. Vehicle located at Cascade Ridge Trailhead. Family reports he failed to return as scheduled. Expanding search to include off-trail areas. They were looking for me. Helen had reported me missing when I failed to come home as planned. But how long had I been gone? The journal's final entry was dated 3 days ago, but that couldn't be right. I had only been hiking for 1 day. The radio crackled with another transmission. Day 3 of search operation. No trace of the missing hiker. Weather conditions hampering search efforts, requesting additional personnel and equipment. Day 3. That was impossible. I had left home this morning, hiked for several hours, become lost in the strange grove, and found the cabin. Even accounting for disorientation and the confusing time displays on my malfunctioning devices, I couldn't have been missing for 3 days. But the evidence was mounting that something was seriously wrong with my perception of time and reality. The journal entries, the radio broadcasts, the systematic surveillance documented in the map annotations, everything suggested that this location existed outside the normal flow of time and natural law. Throughout the endless night, the sounds outside the cabin continued. Sometimes the activity seemed to intensify, with multiple voices whispering in the darkness and the steady rhythm of footsteps circling the building. Other times, everything fell silent for long periods, creating an oppressive quiet that was somehow more frightening than the obvious presence of watchers. I dozed fitfully in one of the wooden chairs, my revolver across my lap and my senses alert for any change in the situation. Every small sound, the settling of the logs in the fireplace, wind rattling a loose shutter, the distant hum of the generator, brought me instantly to full alertness. As the first gray light of dawn began to filter through gaps in the curtains, the activity outside gradually diminished. The voices fell silent, the footsteps faded away, and an almost normal quiet settled over the compound. I waited another hour before carefully approaching one of the front windows and peering outside. The snow had stopped falling, and the storm clouds were breaking up to reveal patches of blue sky. The compound looked completely normal in the morning light. No footprints in the snow, no evidence of the night's activities. No sign that anyone had been present except for my own tracks leading from the gate to the cabin door. My phone suddenly chirped back to life, the screen illuminating to show dozens of missed calls and text messages from Helen, my family, and numbers I didn't recognize. According to the timestamp, it was 7:30 a.m. on September 19th, 4 days after I had left home for what was supposed to be a single-day hike. The messages told a story of escalating concern and frantic searching. Helen's early messages were routine check-ins, but they quickly escalated to worried inquiries, then desperate pleas for me to call home. The later messages were from search and rescue coordinators, asking for any information about my planned route and current location. I tried calling Helen, but the call went straight to voicemail. Her recorded voice, familiar and comforting after the terrifying night, brought tears to my eyes. Helen, it's me, I said after the beep. I'm okay. I got lost in the storm and found shelter. I'm going to try to make my way back to the trailhead now. I love you. Before leaving the cabin, I took several photographs of the interior. The journal, the map with its disturbing annotations, the radio, and the general layout of the rooms. If I was going to report this incident to authorities, I would need evidence to support what would inevitably sound like an incredible story. The gate in the fence opened easily from the inside, and I stepped out into the crisp morning air. The moment I crossed the threshold of the compound, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as if I had passed from one reality into another. The oppressive weight that had pressed down on me throughout the night lifted, and for the first time in days, I felt like I could think clearly. I followed my own tracks back through the snow toward the grove of ancient trees where my ordeal had begun. But as I approached the area where I expected to find the grove, I discovered only normal forest. Pine and fir trees of ordinary size, with typical mountain vegetation and clear sightlines in all directions. There was no sign of the massive trees that had trapped me, no evidence of the twilight grove where my compass had failed, and my sense of direction had been compromised. The landscape looked exactly as it should have based on the topographic maps I had studied before beginning my hike. Even more confusing, I found myself standing on the marked ridgeline trail, exactly where I should have been according to my original hiking plan. The blue blazes were clearly visible on the surrounding trees, and the trail surface showed the boot prints of other hikers who had passed this way recently. I followed the trail downhill, moving as quickly as my tired legs would carry me. The normal sounds of the forest, birdsong, rustling underbrush, wind in the trees, provided a comforting background as I descended toward the trailhead. Everything was exactly as it should be in a normal wilderness environment. 2 hours later, I emerged from the forest to find the parking area bustling with activity. Search and rescue vehicles, park service trucks, and several news vans filled the lot. A command post had been established near the visitor center, with maps, communication equipment, and volunteers coordinating search efforts. The moment I appeared at the tree line, still wearing my hiking gear and obviously exhausted but unharmed, a shout went up from the searchers. Within minutes, I was surrounded by paramedics, park rangers, police officers, and reporters, all asking questions and demanding explanations. Helen arrived within an hour, having been notified immediately when I was found. Her relief was overwhelming. She held me tightly while tears streamed down her face, alternately expressing her joy at my safe return and her anger at the worry I had caused. The official debriefing was extensive but ultimately unsatisfying for everyone involved. I told the truth about becoming disoriented in an unusual grove of trees, finding shelter in a cabin during an unexpected snowstorm, and making my way back to the trail when weather conditions improved. But I couldn't explain the 4-day time discrepancy, the electronic equipment malfunctions, or the disturbing evidence I had discovered in the cabin. When search teams were dispatched to locate the cabin based on my description and photographs, they found nothing. The coordinates I provided led to empty forest with no structures, no fence, and no evidence that any buildings had ever existed in that location. My photographs, which had been clear and detailed when I took them, showed only blurry, indistinct images that could have been taken anywhere. The GPS coordinates recorded by my phone placed me at locations that made no geographic sense, sometimes showing me in multiple places simultaneously. The medical examination found me to be in remarkably good condition for someone who had supposedly been lost in the wilderness for 4 days. I showed no signs of dehydration, malnutrition, or exposure injuries. My clothing was clean and undamaged, and I appeared well rested despite claiming to have spent several sleepless nights in survival conditions. Ultimately, the official report classified my disappearance as a case of hiking disorientation complicated by equipment failure and stress-induced time perception distortion. The investigators concluded that I had likely taken shelter in an existing structure, perhaps a hunting cabin or maintenance building, and that my memories of the events had been distorted by fatigue and psychological stress. But I know what I experienced was real. The journal entries, the systematic surveillance, the watchers in the darkness, all of it happened exactly as I remember. Somewhere in the mountains above our peaceful town, There exists a place where the normal rules of reality don't apply, where time moves differently, and where something ancient and malevolent watches the trails, waiting for isolated hikers to stray from the marked paths. I haven't returned to the forest since that day. Helen and I still live in the same house, but I've taken up different hobbies, gardening, woodworking, activities that keep me close to home and away from the wilderness. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling through the mountains, I think I can hear them calling to me, inviting me back to complete whatever dark purpose they had in mind. The forest still holds its secrets, and I pray that no other hiker will be curious enough to discover what lies hidden in the spaces between the marked trails. Some places are meant to remain unexplored, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. But on quiet evenings when Helen is working late at the medical center, I sometimes find myself standing at our back door, looking up at the dark tree line visible in the distance, wondering who might be up there right now, watching and waiting for the next lost soul to wander off the beaten path and into their carefully constructed web of confusion and terror. The mountains are beautiful during the day, peaceful and inviting, but they transform after dark into something entirely different, something that defies explanation and challenges everything we think we know about the natural world. I survived my encounter with that darkness, but I carry its memory with me every day. A constant reminder that reality is far more fragile and mysterious than most people ever realize. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I really escaped at all, or if I'm still trapped in that cabin, living in a carefully constructed illusion, while something inhuman studies my reactions and plans its next move in a game whose rules I'll never understand.